Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. And I call the order of regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us to the invocation today, this morning, will be Pastor Greg Klatt of the Camino Church. Will you step up, please? How are you?
Good,
Good.
good. Feels good to be here. With clear evidence of springtime emerging all around us, we've kind of dodged a bullet on any type of real serious winter, and all of a sudden there's daffodils and buckeyes are turning green and life is good. Nice to be here, part of this event again. Let's bow our heads. We just thank you, Lord, for the gift of life and the privilege of living where we do. We're thankful for the participation that's privilege of this body also, Lord, in leading and guiding the direction of things for the county. We pray for your special touch of wisdom and strength and insight, discernment as they meet the challenges of today's world. And we're grateful, Lord, for your oversight in all of our lives here in this special place. And we thank you for the privilege of being a part of this today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Supervisor Bearcamp,
Sure, please. Please stand. Cover. Ready, salute. To the flag. States of America. To the republic. One God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. I will reach back to my colleagues. Is there any changes? District 1? District 5?
No, sir.
Lori?
No changes.
No changes. So now I'll reach out to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So at this time, I'd like to hear public comment and consent calendar. So anybody would like to step up to the podium to talk, please? Anything that's on the consent today?
So Taylor, I would ask you to pull 7, but I know you won't, so I'll just move on. I would have to say between the mill shutting down and this project on 7 with the bridge on Newtown, I've been probably the most ill I have felt about our county. I've been the victim of this project, has always wanted to lay low, hoping that justice would prevail, but it hasn't. 3 of you I know have visited this property where this project's being moved forward. And, you know that this was not necessary. So basically, for those that don't know, on the bottom of Newtown, there's a culvert that the creek goes through that's never had an issue. It's never overflowed. It's never, no accidents. You wouldn't even know there's a culvert there. The road is the same before and after. And the county's decided that they could get some bridge money for this project. And the project entails taking out 200 feet on each side of this road on each property. 200 feet on one side, there's a native site there that's been already documented by UC Davis and I think has already been decimated. The other side, the trees have already been taken out of this person's property, and the creek is going to be moved onto her front yard with a bridge, is what they're calling a bridge. It's a box of concrete that's 280 foot long on her property in her front yard. This woman, her husband passed away fighting fires in LA. They are both they flew for CAL FIRE air tankers, pilots. She wanted to live the rest of her life on this property in peace in remembrance of her husband. I have fought for her. She has spent $90,000 fighting this county, trying to get justice, which she has not gotten. DOT employees laugh. When I post things on Facebook about this, they laugh about it. The crime that has been put upon her is disgusting. And right now, 7, you're all going to vote to continue this project without a change in the design through this whole process. You could have done it. You could have put in just another culvert. Instead, you're going to destroy the last years of this woman's life. And I ask that you have some mercy, a change of heart, and do something to change this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Anybody else in the chambers like to speak?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Excuse me. Good morning, supervisors. I'm going to piggyback on Sue Taylor's really heartfelt comment. The one person I'd really love to reach out to that maybe could say, let's talk about this more, would be my Supervisor Greg Ferraro. You're new on this board. Perhaps you're not as familiar with what this really means and entails, even more than one project. The most sacred thing that an American has is their home, their property ownership, so much that it's a constitutionally protected thing. Unfortunately, we also do have this thing called eminent domain. And eminent domain should never be taken lightly. It should, every aspect, every rock, every pebble should be turned before we infringe on somebody's sacred right of their home. Every one of us could be victim if we callously throw eminent domain when it's not necessary. And in this particular project, it's not necessary. We have solutions, as Sue Taylor just mentioned to you, redoing the culvert. We can do things. But to blatantly just infringe on somebody's home, their livelihood. We were just told how she's put her life into this home in service to our state and our country. And like Sue, there's not a lot that breaks me in terms of emotion, but I'm with her. This one is really topping off. And I know way back when, Lori, George, you had sympathy for this and a heart for this. And I really would ask one of you to say, we need to talk about this more. Maybe we're jumping. Maybe there are a solution that we can do to help this woman again, continue the value of her property, the sanctity of her property, the respect for the property on the other side of the native land. And instead of dumping more money, let's just take a pause. Thank you.
Now taking comments from Laura.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Laura Galvin, and I am a member of the Nisenan community in that area, along with several of my family members. We're thankful for Sue to posting this, and unfortunately, timing came fairly quickly, so I'm not very prepared, but I'm glad to be here. I would like to request the county look into NAGPRA laws. I've heard that Shingle Springs allowed this to happen because they're the local federally recognized tribe. We all know the story behind that in El Dorado County because they're not really us. And there's a conflict there because there's no incentive for them to protect our remains. NAGPRA states that lineal descendancy trumps even a federally recognized tribe, and you have many lineal descendants to these to this area. So how do we request that the tribe is involved and that we can give our input on the area? That's my question. And I would like to ask that buildings stop until that take place. That's my request.
Now taking comments from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Also, I want to talk about number 7. I've already heard things that I would have had in my comments, but there's also the winter surfacing problem that we foresee, or I foresee. This is similar to the Upper Placerville Drive when Highway 50 was realigned. The bridge there, because of where it's located, it's up against the south side hillside, so therefore the sun doesn't get on it, and it has a lot of traction issues. Certainly, I see this location being similar in its design. It's not a bad design from just an engineering point of view, which is where I come from. But I'm concerned that my old department of transportation really didn't have the sensitivity necessary in order to be able to match up the current culvert with this future bridge, because that's what we're doing. We're changing from a culvert to a bridge. So, what happens in the future related to your action, I'm not certain, but I know you are sensitive of what's going on, and I believe the department certainly is going to address the concerns that the public is giving you right now. But at this point in time, I see that there has been work that's been done out there. The trees have been removed because of birds. Obviously, you don't want to have them when they nest, so you take the trees down. But the location is immediately in the front yard of this lady, and so it's a much bigger social issue in my mind than it is a question of whether the proper design has been used. And then I don't need to comment again on what the other speakers have said, but I think twice about it before you take any action on this. Thank you very much.
There is no further public comment.
So I'll bring it back to the board. One of the things that I want to ask is the sheriff online?
Yes, Chair.
That he can
Sheriff
speak on
Wykoff.
item 4, please?
Yes, he has raised his hand.
Okay. You there?
You can go ahead, Sheriff.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I would just like to comment. I'd like to thank the board for the item of the canine monument at our public safety facility. I think this is a long overdue project. We've had approximately 40 to 50 canines that have served the citizens and communities of El Dorado County. Many times these dogs save lives. These canine teams are sent into the most dangerous of situations in our county, and many of these very violent, intense situations are solved because of the canine effort, our canines' efforts in handling that situation. So I think it's time to honor the 40 to 50 that we've had here by putting this monument in front of the public safety facility. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions? None? So, okay, thanks, Sheriff. Thanks, Jeff. Anyway,
you.
I'll bring it back to the board for action. Chair, I'll
Adoption
move.
of the agenda and approval of the
Okay.
consent calendar with no
Any
changes.
comments?
Yeah, I can comment. I can't, regarding item 7, I'd like to pull it. I don't know. It sounds like it's a very impactful project, and I don't know anything about it. I'd like to learn more about it and take a look at it. So I'd like to pull this item for further discussion.
Maybe this will help, Greg. I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on that item. This item has been before us for better part of 10 years, if not longer. When I was supervisor the first term, this project came.
Well, just a point of order. I mean, an elected official can pull an item on consent if they choose to, and once it gets pulled, then we have discussion on the item.
The
So
board actually adopts the agenda and we vote on whether or not we want to pull it.
Right.
And so I think Supervisor Camp has a very good point, and we should let him speak to that.
that's, is that correct? I mean, I've never seen consent handled like that. I think it's always up to a person to pull an item.
Motion with a comment.
It doesn't take the whole board. We ultimately have to approve it, but we would approve it without the item and then talk about the item. That's my background. If I'm wrong, I would like to be corrected.
Yeah, so I think as a matter of practice, the board has probably 9 times out of 10 respected the desire of a single supervisor to have an item pulled, but ultimately it's up to the motion of the board to adopt its agenda, including
Correct.
whether items stay on consent or get removed from consent. I would agree that if there's an intent to have discussion on it, it's better to have that discussion by pulling the item rather than as part of the motion to adopt the agenda.
So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the agenda with no changes.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No,
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
3-2. Okay. All right. So let's go to department matters. Item number 13.
Item number 13 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Economic Development and Administration Division, recommending the board receive and file a biannual progress report documenting efforts towards resolution, improvements to the county's development review process, and provide direction to staff if necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, open it up.
Morning.
Thank you.
Yes,
Kyle,
good
for
morning,
being here.
Supervisor Turnbull, fellow board members, Kyle Zimmelman, Planning and Building, Economic Development, Administration, Process Improvements. Thank you for hearing this item this morning. I'm just going to read a brief overview of the report. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was here last, but we'll go over this real fast and then open it up for any questions. So thank you for your time this morning. I would like to provide a brief overview for the 2 new sitting supervisors. Last year, I was tasked with leading the planning and building process improvements following the adoption of resolution 014-2024 titled Improvements to the County's Development Review Process. 6 months ago, I presented an implementation plan with roles and responsibilities and an associated Gantt chart that outlined the areas we would be focusing on as detailed in the resolution. Part of that resolution is to update the board every 6 months on our progress. So today I'll update the board on recent activities and next steps as this continuous process of improvement goes on. So since my initial presentation, we've made tremendous progress in improving the planning, permitting, and development processes in our county. As we all know, we are operating within budget constraints, which makes our efforts to improve efficiency and transparency even more critical. These constraints are also affecting potential new solutions we are considering implementing improvements. So now more than ever, we must ensure that every dollar and every resource is used effectively. The importance of this work cannot be overstated. By streamlining processes and enhancing collaboration, we are not just adapting to the financial realities, but actively strengthening the foundation of our community's growth. So we recognize that doing more with less is not just a challenge, but it's a necessity. And that's why our focus has been on making the development process more efficient, strengthening collaboration across departments, and ensuring we serve the public with the highest level of customer service possible. This also includes partnering with our outside agencies to help shorten review times and processes. However, we've also learned a crucial lesson throughout this process. While improving internal processes is essential, effectively communicating these improvements is just as important. The work we do is complex, and while complaints may occasionally arise, they are the exception rather than the rule. The larger picture, our accomplishments, the challenges we are trying to overcome, and the impact we're making is sometimes overlooked, and that's why we're committed to better telling our story, highlighting both the progress we made and the work still to come. So I'd like to go over the 6 areas that we're focusing on real fast and just give some highlights and next steps if you don't mind. So number one is simplifying the development applications. We've begun thoroughly reviewing our development application requirements and forms to ensure that they are as straightforward as possible without sacrificing necessary details for effective review. This has meant eliminating redundant information, redesigning key application pages, and streamlining the process for early stage applications. I will say a key takeaway from all the meetings that we're having is just having working meetings where we get the folks in there and the documents and applications up on the screen, and we just do it while we're in the room, not talk about it and then go out and do it. Just actually establishing working meetings with the Brain Trust. It's been a revelation for us to just get stuff done quicker. These changes not only make the process easier for applicants, but also enable staff to process requests more efficiently. We've seen a 40% decrease in lobby traffic for permit applications that have gone online, and a huge kudos to the building staff for leading that charge. Next steps in this front are to include finalizing updates to county codes, completing the digitizing new application forms for planning and building, and continuing to gather feedback from both internal teams and external stakeholders to make sure we're continually refining the process. So number two is strengthening cross-departmental and cross-agency collaboration. One of the more important steps we've taken is establishing a working group composed of representatives from key county departments, be planning, DOT, Public Works, CSDs, fire departments, finding out where they are in the process and how we can help, what software solutions they've come up with, because several of them have different, as you guys know, application processes for plans, and what we're doing and trying to streamline those and dovetail those together. But by fostering this regular collaboration, we've been able to identify bottlenecks and implement process improvements, such as standardized procedures and better document sharing programs. So moving forward, we're just going to continue our regular meetings, add other partners as we see it fit, and create a shared digital platform for our documents, which we're working on, and implementing performance metrics to track that progress. Number three is enhancing public transparency. A significant part of our efforts have been making the development process more understandable and accessible to the public. We continually are revamping the projects in our area interactive map, working on maybe multiple maps for different types of projects, and giving residents the ability to track the status of ongoing projects. Just recently, I had the idea of maybe just an FAQ on our website that defines what the statuses in our program actually mean and the definition of it. So when folks, they may see the status of a project and not, it says submitted, but what does that truly mean? Is that other reviews done? So just more definition of what our actual terms mean even is kind of a light bulb moment for us. So it makes sense to us, but maybe not to the general public. We've also, I hope you guys have seen, we've revised our monthly reports and quarterly reports and customer service surveys to gather more meaningful feedback. And we've launched a more robust outreach program for code enforcement, including distributing monthly statements and introducing QR codes for easier compliant submissions. The results have been illustrated in our monthly newsletters. And it's interesting, one of the key feedback points that we are hearing from contractors and folks that work in other jurisdictions is that we're not as digital as we could be. And that's one of our just key things, is to keep getting better at that. Next steps in that area are including publishing clear timelines, flow charts for the development process on our website, and expanding our interactive map to cover more project types. Number four is advancing technology for efficiency. So we're looking at technology to streamline our operations and improve efficiency. By working with Trackit, the IT department that's dedicated to Trackit, and our team, we've made significant strides in expanding online application submissions, as I've mentioned, which reduces paperwork and speeds up processing. Additionally, we've been integrating plan check software to Trackit to eliminate redundant data entry. So those are the programs that we're evaluating, but with budget the way it is right now, we're taking a hard look at what's really necessary and what we have in-house to maybe meet those needs. The next phase involves finalizing and implementing the digital document management system, which then enables the plan check software, because you have to have a place to store those reviews and send them back and forth to the applicant. And several staff, including myself, have half a week in April where we will be working directly with Trackit and other similar jurisdictions to discuss best practices and learn about new solutions to the program's efficiency. Real quick, number five, enhancing our internal culture and staff development. So we understand that a strong internal culture is key to sustaining long-term success. Over the last 6 months, we've conducted one-on-one interviews with staff, as I mentioned in the previous presentation, to better understand our workplace culture and identify areas for improvement. Additionally, we reorganized our South Lake Tahoe office for greater efficiency and customer service. We've also developed a new department mission statement, customer service standards, created with input from staff that emphasizes integrity, transparency, and efficiency. Looking ahead, we're rolling out a performance management system, which will introduce employee recognition initiatives and continue to monitor staff engagement through surveys and feedback sessions. Number 6 is establishing performance standards. To improve accountability and ensure timely service, we are looking at performance standards across various touch points. I think what we've noticed and what we have in place now is a strong management team that's helping hold our teams accountable. And that inherently helps us increase our performance standards when there's accountability at all levels on where projects are and where they're going. So this includes setting response time requirements for emails and calls, establishing benchmarks for permit review timelines, and implementing tracking systems to monitor the status of application. In the coming months, we'll start to identify these performance metrics and track responses, and even put dashboards up to kind of let folks know where they're at in the process on that. 7 is embedding the process improvements into our leadership meetings. So this has kind of been a cool part of what we're doing. To ensure that the process improvements are prioritized and implemented consistently, we've restructured our monthly meetings to include dedicated time for discussing process improvements, sharing updates, and tracking action items. Additionally, we've introduced in the planning department to start off with discretionary retrospectives. So during planning meetings, where staff members reflect on lessons learned to improve projects and customer service. This process has led staff and allows for open dialogue in a safe and respectful environment. So the next steps in this area is evaluating the effectiveness of these improvements and expanding retrospectives into all of our divisions and departments. So as we look to the future, we're committed to continuing our work to refine our processes, enhance transparency, and expand our use of technology. We recognize the challenges ahead, especially given budget constraints, but we're confident that we can meet them by working smarter, collaboratively, and continuously improving our services. We'll continue to communicate our progress clearly so our work isn't just understood, but also valued. And by improving by improving how we work internally and how we engage with the public, we're ensuring that the development process benefits everybody involved, from residents to staff to developers. So sorry to fire through that, but I just wanted to make sure we covered all the things that we're working on, and I'll open up for any questions.
All right, so bring it back to board. Any questions or comments? Lori, got anything?
So no,
Sounds positive.
thank you. The report was really well done. I went through and circled, action words and goals and things. So to me, it seems like you guys are really putting your nose to the grindstone and to take care of this.
Yeah.
And address the concerns that were brought up in the resolution.
Yeah. And I think at the 6 months, I'd like to actually demonstrate some of the website improvements and the different interactive things that we've done, just so you guys can see. I know you don't get to dive in on the website all the time, but I think for the public and the board, it'd be beneficial.
I just want to say, Kyle, thanks for stepping up and doing something, because it's been an ongoing thing for a long, long time. So I think putting in perspective, this is going to be a great thing for our county. Anybody else?
Nope, good. No, thank you.
All right, thank you. So this is not an action item, so we don't have to vote on this. So
Do you want to get some public comment?
yeah, we'll open it up to public comment, please.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 13. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comments in the boardroom, now taking public comments from online attendees. Taking comments from Chris Payne.
Good morning again, board. Nice report, Kyle. I believe in what you're saying. I personally have seen some improvements in services, and I think you're going in the right direction. I think from the public's perspective, though, any time that it takes in order to to right the ship, in this case, planning and building department, is time where they may be impacted in a negative way, meaning you're going in the right direction, but you just haven't gotten to the point where you need to be. I'm going back a year or so, a couple of years, when the grand jury did a report of your department. You were not in the capacity that you currently are in terms of this responsibility. So you may not, unless you looked at that as like a checklist, and maybe that's part of what you're alluding to right now, that if you look at this list of things that the department was deficient in, or that the grand jury felt that they were deficient in, then certainly the things that you're identifying would go to try to make sure that those items were taken care of and handled effectively. My own personal involvement with the department comes on a level of just being a former employee, and hearing others like Ken Greenwood talk about his involvement. And it's also related to the connection between the department staff and the planning commission. I think some work needs to be done in that level that kind of ties you all together in a very positive way. And most recently, over the past 6 months or so, there's been some feeling of not having the planning commissioners not feeling like the staff is working in their favor. And I thought maybe you might speak to how that might be improved. Thank you for the time.
Now taking comments from Linda Campbell.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I was very glad to see the update on this from the last time that it was discussed. I will say I provided some feedback to Director Gardner just yesterday, specifically about some issues that are on the projects in your area website. I do think that that's going to be a great solution, easy for the public to access. And so any of the improvements there to make sure that people can do easily what they would like to do and see information is definitely worthwhile. I noticed some updates that there's monthly reporting. It sounds like it's departmental. I would say generally for this project, it would be helpful to potentially see some of the progress and or some of the plans maybe reported on the planning website somewhere, just for quick view. Then also, it's one thing to have a written report, but I think that showing some before and after metrics would be helpful. Basically, here's what this particular procedure took for timeline before, after the introduction of these changes, here's the amount of time it takes now. Things like that, I think, would be very helpful to be able to see, maybe in the next report. And then also, I think with the public facing updates, the question would be, is there a point in time when public input is going to be taken on it outside of the board of directors meetings? And then I guess just finally, when's the next targeted update for this? Is it 6 months? Is it less? Anyways, that would be helpful to know. Thank you.
There are no additional public comments.
So I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
You know, I'm just clicking on the one project. I just chose a project on the name has never sat well. It doesn't roll off your tongue, you know, whatever. It's one of those things. But on the status bar over there, is that where you were talking about adding a little more information what those statuses mean and perhaps dates in the status too? Because as we all know, some projects go on for a decade or two, you know, and a date could be helpful in that status checklist. But is that where you were
Yeah,
talking
either
about?
on like the planning main page, we were thinking for wherever it's best suited, we could play around with or put it in multiple spots just so,
Okay.
yeah. And then adding dates, I'll make a note of that. If we can add the dates up when the status is changed. on there.
Yeah, that
I'll
might
put-
be helpful
talk about
too.
it.
Just so you don't have to dig for stuff. I think
Mhm.
that's the whole point of this
Yep.
tool, which I'm, you know, it's getting better than when it started for sure. And I appreciate the department being receptive of, you know, these suggestions. But the less that we have to dig to find stuff on here, the better. So.
And I'd like to mention that monthly and quarterly reports are on the website. We'll try to make them more front and center for folks to find those as well.
On the planning page?
Yeah, planning, I think we have them on planning and building, I believe, so.
Okay,
Just
cool.
those are out there.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle. Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you very much, Kyle. Appreciate it very much. So I'm going to ask a question. Could we do a closed session, that closed session item, or do you think we could just go ahead and move into, because I know we have a 10 o'clock time certain. Are we going to have enough time to do this?
I think we can get item 14, and if it goes a little over 10, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's
Should be
okay.
all right.
All right, okay. All right, so we'll open up item 14, HHSA Behavioral Health and Community Service Senior Daycare Fee Study.
Item 14 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, 1, receive and file a fee study report for HHSA senior day and public guardian fee-related services. 2, provide direction to staff on the fees recommended by MGT and how to proceed with the fee updates for both senior daycare and public guardian. 2A, direct staff to return with a resolution to increase senior daycare program fees. 2A1, distributing the recommended increases evenly across a 3-year implementation period. 2A2, increase fees for the first year. 2B, direct staff to return with a resolution to increase public guardian program fees as recommended by staff. And 2C, provide alternative direction for next steps staff should take on senior daycare and public guardian fees.
Oh,
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Turnbull and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Lynette Engelhardt-Stott. I'm the Deputy Director for Community Services, and I'm joined by my colleague, Nathaniel Houston, Program Manager for Protective Services. We're going to present this morning on a report that HHSA commissioned from MGT Consulting to look at the fees that we use in our senior daycare program, as well as public guardian. I'll talk about senior day, and then Nathaniel will talk about public guardian. If you ask me tough questions, I might have to call a friend up, but I'll start with senior day. The county older adult services programs operates 2 adult day service program facilities, which provide our seniors, allow them to remain active and involved in their community. One of those is here in Placerville. The second site is in El Dorado Hills. The senior daycare program serves adults who need care and supervision during the day. This service provides families with peace of mind and the opportunity to take a break from their caregiving responsibilities or continue their employment. The service results in improved living conditions for disabled or elderly adults who are not able to care for themselves and their caregivers. For fiscal year 24-25, the program has an estimated general fund cost of $666,000 with an average of 7.5 participants per site, with 261 work days in fiscal year 24-25. This equates to an estimated general fund subsidy of $170 per participant per day. This fee schedule was adopted by the board in September 13, 2016 for senior day, and those fees adopted in 2016 are the ones that we're still using. We, HHSA, commissioned a fee study conducted by MGT to look at these fees. The primary goals of the study were to determine what it costs the county to provide the various fee-related services, determine whether there are any services where a fee should be collected, identify service areas where the county might adjust the fees based on the full cost of the services and other economic or policy considerations, and develop revenue projections based on recommended increases or decreases to the fees. No new fees the report does not recommend any new fees for senior daycare. However, the report does recommend raising the service-related fees. Kaylee, if you could bring up in the report, it's page 12 and 13. There are two charts. And we'll start with the two options for senior daycare. Hard to see. Yeah, it's all right. And I believe you have these in front of you. So let me just review option one. Option one would increase, it would be a one-time increase, and this option would result in recouping 87% of the costs for the tasks that are performed. In addition, this option would increase the enrollment application fee, which is currently $50. That would increase it to $333. It would increase the extended hour fees if someone was there late fees as well. And then our current day fee is $58. Option one would increase that to where am I here? To $100. And then the report does recommend eliminating the client shower assistance fee. Option two, which is the option that we are recommending, would increase the fees over a 3-year period, sort of phasing in the increase, so it wasn't a one-time increase. Again, current fee, the enrollment fee 50, increase that to $333, which would be about half of 50% of what the actual cost is to do that enrollment, and increasing that by 33% each year. So it's not a complete jump in the first year. Again, the extended fees, the late fees, and then jumping to the senior daycare fee, currently $58 per day, increasing that, and you can see here what the 33% per year increase would be. I can take questions now, or if you'd like to continue with Nathaniel's presentation on public
Okay.
guardian.
Oh, we should probably talk about this one.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'll open it up. Board, you have any questions?
So on option two, is there any inflationary calculations in that 3-year?
The fees that you see there would be, yeah, they would be what the increase would be each year.
Yeah, but you don't know if there was any inflationary projections put in there? 2%, 3%, 4%?
Actually, I don't know. I would have to go back and look at the reports. Okay, my friends over here are telling me no.
Okay. The cost of things that gets away from us, so. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, a lot of questions about this.
Right.
So many questions. I was trying to get my head around, so in the report, I appreciated that there's the section on page 8 of the legal, economic, and policy considerations. And I think that's really where I'm struggling the most with this. Because my understanding is, this is not something the county's mandated to do, but we have participants, so there is a need. I'm not clear on how are people paying for this? Since the county is subsidizing this for a fairly small number of folks, and I don't want to minimize that they use the service or anything like that, but are we subsidizing people that can afford to pay for this anyhow? We don't really, this didn't tell me about that kind of stuff.
So when we do we call our fellow citizens here who participate in the program, members. So when we do the onboarding of our members for the 2 sites, we do not collect income information from the families. So we don't have that data for you. That is something we could do in the future. We do not currently do that. This is not a program that we do not bill insurance companies for this program. So the families are paying us directly. If the family has, or the member has long-term care insurance, they could then get reimbursements from their long-term care insurance to cover the cost of this. But they pay us and then they would have to do that. Some may have long-term care insurance. We don't have that data either. We have heard from the children of some of the members that the children's flexible spending account with their employer might allow reimbursements for this for their parents, for the adults, their parents. And so some may have that. Again, that's not data we've heard. That's kind of anecdotal that has been shared with us. But our understanding is that people are paying for this out of their retirement savings or out of their, whatever their Social Security or whatever income they may have coming in.
Yeah, one of the questions I have, especially when people are on, Social Security is not very much.
Right.
And this is some of the concerns that I have, especially the burden on a lot of these seniors. And to me, seniors are very special to me, our senior population. Have you looked at any other programs like the veterans programs, that they supply any kind of reimbursement, especially if the person's a veteran?
I have heard that the veterans, that could be a subsidy that could be, or an assistance that could be provided as well for veterans.
All right, so I would make sure that you look into that. Appreciate that. So, anything else?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Also, so my understanding is that we have a tough time since COVID. We've had a tough time with staff. And so this report didn't really, in my mind, explore why do we have 2 sites. When you have the trouble with staffing, you often will consolidate. It seems like the numbers are small enough that we could do that. I do understand that we're considering promoting it to get more participants, but if it's this expensive and we're talking about increasing the fees, I just really don't know, is it feasible? Are we going to ever get more participants with something like this? If the county's looking at trying to get to 100% recovering costs, I just don't have a good feel for that. And having 2 sites that are limping along running, we've done it with other services where we've consolidated. So trying to understand why that wasn't, I don't know if that was explored well enough in here as far as what savings and would happen with 1 site versus 2.
The report was a fee study report, so looking at the fees.
Okay.
Yeah. At the El Dorado Hills site is, we're licensed for 30 participants and Placerville is 60. We had much higher numbers pre-COVID.
Right.
And have had a challenge recouping those member counts. We are building it. We are getting members back. Part of our challenge is staffing. Because of the population served, you have to have, there are staff to member ratios. And so that has been one thing holding us back, but we are seeing our numbers go up and we do have waiting lists. This is a sought after program in our communities.
So the staffing is preventing us from expanding their program back then? Is that the bigger problem?
We're getting staffed up again, but that has been challenging. But that once we're filling these open positions, it is easier for us then to add more members into the roles, and we are our numbers are increasing. I don't have the data for you right now, but we are bringing in new members. And then because of the population, there's of course turnover as well. So some members may be there maybe a decade, and some may, as they age and they progress, if they have Alzheimer's and that progresses, they may no longer be able to attend the program. So there is turnover in the programs.
Right. And then another thing that was in the policy section And I really did like this section a lot. To me, it laid out some options as to why you do or don't do things. But are these types of services available privately? Does the
Yes.
county have to do this?
I can't speak to whether or not they're available privately in El Dorado County, but there are services. I live in Placer County, and there's a private service like this where I live. I will say our fees are lower. As we've looked at different providers, our fees are lower.
When you say our,
Currently.
you mean the county fees are lower? The county fees are lower, right?
The current fee of $58 a deal. a
Right,
day, yeah.
because it's heavily subsidized. But we're trying to, this report indicates we're trying to get to 100% recovery. So if we do that, are we going to be the same price as the private anyhow? Do you
I don't know.
Okay. I think that's another thing.
That would be good to
We
look
need to
at, for
know.
sure.
I think that there was a lot of information in here that could have been more helpful to us.
So this study probably, it's not in the study, but the way the study was done, probably they were looking at comparable services, but that is not, we don't have that information in the report that was provided.
Okay.
My colleague Yvette.
Hi, Yvette.
Hi, do I need to push? No, you
It's
can.
on. You're green.
I'm Yvette Winky. I'm the program manager over our Older Adult Day Services program. And I can speak to community level for the type of services that we provide. When you look at licensed adult day service facility programs, there's different populations that we serve. And so we are really marketing to older adults that are ages 60 and older. And we're looking at serving a population that has dementia and Alzheimer's probably, and other illnesses related to aging. In our community in El Dorado County, we don't have other similar type services that are within the community. You will see maybe adult day service programs for individuals who are intellectually disabled or intellectually challenged. So there's different levels of services that we would provide to each population. We have reached out to other facilities in surrounding areas because there are programs that operate. We did look at one that was, I believe it was in Placer County. And it was the only one where I really got solid comparables in the type of program that's offered, the number of hours, the types of services. And their services ranged around 108 to 131, depending on how many days that someone would be enrolled in services per month. But when you look at the different programs in surrounding areas, there's so many variables in the different types of services that we provide and population served that it was hard for us to gather at this point in time a comparable rate of what's happening in surrounding areas. But for El Dorado County, this is the only program serving this population.
Okay, because I'm just thinking too, maybe we should look to see Folsom right there next door to El Dorado Hills. You would think that they would have some types of facilities in Folsom, Sac County, which is, if the county is looking to reduce costs and programs, what else is out there that we can look to that would serve our residents that still need these services? So is that the kind of direction we're looking at today when we're talking about this? What was the point of this? Maybe I'll look at the CAO and say, hey, CAO, what was the point of doing this? And what do you want out of this?
Well, the item is a receive and file, and then there's a provide direction to staff on which of the fee structures they would like HHSA to pursue. Remind the board that next week we have a discussion on all of your programs with a net county cost. So if there is further direction you would like to give staff related to that aside from this item, so you could give direction to, yes, pursue some method of recouping our fees, but we could look into other solutions like what you're suggesting and discussing here. You could give us that direction next week as well.
Okay, that helps.
So you don't have to unpack all of this at once. So stop as a stopgap, I would say, look at, give them some direction as to the fees and maybe some of the additional information related specifically to the fees. And then we can look at other program delivery methods and models.
next.
And I just
Direction
add,
next
HHSA is recommending option 2. We'd like to see the fees increased
Yep.
and phase it in so that it's not, especially for lower income families, that it's not a heavy burden, in the very beginning. And I would just add, this is a highly visible and very appreciated program that we run in. And, that is why we are recommending option 2 to increase the fees and recoup that the cost, 97% of the cost of
Right.
services.
And I'm just concerned if we get there to 97%, if then it's not going, if people aren't going to be able to afford it anymore. And that's where I think the information didn't help me know that, like if are people using it because it's so affordable right now? If we get to 100%, which is where we want to go, is nobody going to be able to use it? And that's what I don't feel I know from this information. And I understand what you're saying, that the scope of what we asked for maybe didn't ask for all that. But as far as decision maker, I just don't feel this is enough for us to really understand who's using it, who can afford it. Are we going to price people out and then nobody will be using it when we get the fees to 100% or 97? So it's really, in my mind, difficult to make a decision not knowing more. That's all.
And the item does provide the board with the option of providing additional
Direction.
direction to staff. So you don't need to choose either option A or B.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some
Okay.
questions.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would lean towards option 2, but I do have some questions. So the 122 per day, that's the result after 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be feasible so we average about 15 clients a day at both locations
Currently,
currently.
Yeah, and we
How
are
is that
increasing.
broken down? It sounds like El Dorado Hills has less than Placerville. How is that
so it's
ballpark?
so it's probably roughly split between 7.5 on average per
Okay.
site per day, and it varies. It's not everyone is there on the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
day, and some days there are more. Yep. So
Would-
around 7.5
Okay.
on average per site.
Would it be feasible to maybe alternate locations every week, or, so we don't have both open every day? Just not to cut more costs. And have you explored maybe a half-day rate? Because to Supervisor Carlin's point, if we we're essentially doubling the price, which I understand we need to do. Are we going to price ourselves out of the service? And so would that be a viable option to do a half-day rate? So, people don't want to come for a half a day as opposed to commuting for the whole day to generate more clients.
I wouldn't recommend alternating sites, because part of what this population needs is stability, routines. Changing locations would be disruptive to their ability to participate and do well in the program. And as far as pricing out of services, I don't have enough data at this point to really be able to answer that question. What I can speak to more of the conversations that I've had with incoming members. I've brought in 4 new members in the last couple of months, and I am explaining to the families when I bring them in is we are looking at rate increases. So when we talk about race and the cost of the program, and only through this handful can I say they're telling me that that's okay. They are often coming to us at a stressful point where they're caregiving for people who they love and who's spent their lives loving them, and then suddenly they're not able to communicate, they're not able to take care of their daily activities of daily living as they normally would. So just on that small level, I can speak to what I'm seeing in populations. We do work with organizations in the community that do provide funding for services. So we might work with Del Oro or Alzheimer's Association. We have received funding from veterans associations to help fund some of the cost. And Snowline Hospice, we have an agreement with them so they can fund some respite services. Our own family caregiver support program can fund services. So there are other funding streams coming in that help subsidize are members that we serve that might have more financial struggles for services and may be in higher need of respite, so they can function in their regular lives and while taking care of their family members, and they'll also participate in caregiving workshops and whatnot. But those are short term. They don't provide long-term supports. They'll provide, a certain number of days. Sometimes we will keep those members because they're doing so well in the program. We'll keep those members after the subsidy runs out. And sometimes there's longer term subsidies that we might receive, but that isn't captured in that report.
Anybody else? Any more questions?
I've got some ideas for direction that I'd like to hear from the public myself.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking
I'm sorry,
now
was
taking
there-
public
On the
comments.
senior daycare side of it.
Were you going to take public comment separately on the
Yes,
senior
if-
daycare
yes,
from
that
the
would be-
public
yeah,
guardian side?
That would be mine, that we split these two.
We
Sorry,
are now
Laura.
taking public comments specifically regarding item 14, senior daycare. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anybody in the chambers like to speak on this item?
Okay.
I
No
guess.
public comments in the
Yeah.
boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, good morning again. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills. This is definitely the future of our conversations as El Dorado Hills kind of becomes more and more the Del Webb of El Dorado County. And I sympathize with families. We had to alternate family members for my husband's elderly mother who passed at 95, and certainly understand that when they get into a state of pre-dementia, dementia, Alzheimer's, like mentioned, it's literally impossible to leave them home alone. If you are trying to be in an in-home situation with those kind of things are very difficult. I guess one of my questions is I've volunteered at El Dorado Hills Senior Citizen many, many years ago in the past. It did seem to be more like a senior day center. I did not necessarily see a lot of the mentioned dementia, Alzheimer's. And I guess one of my concerns would be, I know my daughter is a registered nurse. She's worked in senior care facilities. She's worked in probably every division of nursing services. And, that's a very complex, liable thing to be in charge of. They can be very unpredictable. They can have outbursts. They can require medication. So I'm a little surprised that we're at the level where we have seniors coming in for daycare that also are exhibiting things like dementia, pre-Alzheimer's, and that kind of stuff. As for venturing on a public, I mean, if you needed full-time care at what you're talking about, that's about $2,500 a month, which I think in today's world, unless you start preparing now, that's, going to bite a lot of people in the behind. So I kind of liked, I think it was Lori, Supervisor Perlin's suggestion that are we really weighing and measuring private options versus the public's responsibility? Can there be a partnership? In the good old days, a lot of churches offered daytime things for seniors who weren't necessarily suffering from health and or mental health conditions, but definitely community, keeping their minds active, having a place to socialize with people within their own age group. I get that. I laughed a little bit that the services are for people 50 or over, considering I'm 58. So I guess I could go to the senior center if I need to hang out or need some new friends. I don't know if we should reevaluate that age group. I think all of us qualify and we're all doing pretty well. So I love to see this conversation continue as the need definitely is going to keep continuing in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There are no additional public comments.
So I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or discussion?
Yeah, just like to state that I'm going to put Moni Gilmore's hat on for a minute. And if you don't know who Moni Gilmore was, that's who the senior center in El Dorado Hills is named after. And she was an integral part of senior services in El Dorado Hills, as well as an advocate for the entire county, and a great lady as well that should be memorialized, which we did. Yet there's still information missing here, and Moni also was very pragmatic, and she would want that information if she was here today to make this type of decision. So I think we need more information relevant to a person's ability to pay the fee. I hate to get into that, but I think we need to, as we're talking about the subsidy that we are currently providing from the county and in the current budget situation we are. As well as, I think there was, Laura, you had some too that you felt was missing from the information that would help us. I know the numbers are down, but which is sort of astounding because they always were way up in years past. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
That was kind of what I was wondering is if you guys, if there's a way for you to contact folks that participated before, perhaps to find out why don't we have participants? Because it was a hugely successful program. I know it was pre-COVID. What's changed? Have people just moved? Or are they just not interested? I don't know. I don't understand, why people didn't come back. Or is the staffing truly what's causing our limitations? If we just don't have enough information on that, why are the numbers not coming back? Is what
could we assemble a fairly simple survey on a couple, 3 or 4 questions? I'm assuming some of the people that haven't come back is they've probably passed on.
Yeah, we might
hate
guess too,
to say that, but it's
Yeah.
probably true. It's it's been years. We've been through COVID and a whole bunch of other extenuating circumstances. But I think a simple survey that would also help us to differentiate somebody's ability, because again, if we're going to stay with low numbers, we can't continue to make ends meet on the program, although it's a great program, and Moni would shoot me for even saying that. But we still have business that we must accomplish, and that I'd like to know that information before I decide on option 1 or 2.
Can I piggyback on your thoughts as
Absolutely.
well? I think that geographically, these services are not available to all county residents. I mean, clearly the basin is, and then people north and south, communities north and south of Placerville, this is not an option for them.
Not an easy transportation.
It's not an easy one. But the bigger question is, if there's, for sure there's a need, right? So the question is, how are residents in geographically outside of the geographic service, how are they currently meeting that need? And so I think an analysis also of what does the private sector offer, and do we have any feel for how many people use those kind of options? Because when we are talking about budget restrictions and we're talking about $2.5 million, I'm putting both the programs together, the one we haven't talked about yet, but the estate and the probate one, $2.5 million out of the general fund to subsidize a very small population. It brings it into question, is there a better option? And does the private sector perhaps provide that?
Yeah.
And I do want to speak to need of the program a little bit. We have had staffing shortages. Typically, we operate with a pool of extra help staffing that we can pull in if we have somebody call out sick, and we are building that back up. We have almost all our positions filled, except for extra help, but we have almost all our positions filled in Placerville. And last week, we brought in a new supervisor in El Dorado Hills, and we're bringing in a new office assistant on Monday. So we're getting to a point where we can comfortably and safely offer services to members. But what I will add to that right now is I have 4 applications that have recently come in that we'll be processing to bring new members in. We have somebody stopping by, I want to say several times a week, somebody interested in taking a tour and wanting to see more about our program. So because of recent marketing efforts that we've completed. So I feel like we're going in a direction where we can build our membership back up. There's a huge need, and speaking to the families that are coming in and doing tours, this is a critical service for them. In remote areas, there aren't facilities. There would be a commute to come into the area. That is a restriction for members in more remote areas. And I think often those are the individuals that you might see just really relying on family caregivers or in-home supportive services or other type of caregiving services to keep the families in the home. Because I think one of the main benefits of the programs that we provide is that the families are able to keep their loved ones or their partner in the home with them so they can caregive while they're aging.
Right, but you go to my point, which is there are other ways of solving this other than perhaps a $2 million subsidy from the general fund in a county that we're struggling to, keep the services that we have going that we absolutely have to provide. So there's a delineation there, and I do agree. I think we need a lot more information.
Yeah.
And I really would like to have more information on consolidating the two locations. Because you're telling me that Placerville can do 60 and Elko Hills can do 30. It's like, that's a lot. And if the numbers just aren't coming, if people are doing other things, we really need to seriously look at why do we have two locations.
Right. And don't we have some issues with the building in Placerville as it is?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So that's another thing,
Yeah.
we need to look at too.
I believe it's over end of life.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Duct tape and baling wire, I think
Yeah.
is what we keep saying.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
And I think Chair Turnbull, you alluded to it as well. Maybe there's some other abilities for payment. So
Yeah.
whether that's veterans so we need to know what those are also. In my opinion, being around this for a few years, we've got licensed facilities, which are expensive. But that's an option. Home care IHSS, which is another thing that we have regulatory control over to some degree and is an option. And then obviously our senior daycare program, and I think we need a little more information before we can make those final determinations, but given the budget issue, we need to do that.
So were you able to capture some of that? I know we still need to talk about public guardian, but were you able to capture that, Kaylee, pretty well? Okay. Before we move on. Okay.
So we got kind of an idea for direction. Okay. All right. So let's bring it back and open it up to public guardian.
Morning, my name is Nathaniel Houston. I'm with the Public Guardian's Office and I'm the program manager.
Can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. better.
Okay, good. The Public Guardian's Office is appointed by the court to act as a conservator for El Dorado County residents who have a mental illness or cognitive impairment such as dementia, which makes them unable to provide for their food, clothing, and shelter. In addition to making sure that they have food, clothing, and shelter, we also facilitate their medical care, their psychiatric treatment, and manage their finances. I will say that these services are mandated. We also provide representative payee services for residents who receive Social Security and are at risk of being put on a conservatorship. For this service, we manage the client's Social Security benefits, making sure their bills are paid and their assets are safeguarded. Currently, we have a budget of $2,191,940. We also have a budget from Medi-Cal administrative activities, which are federal dollars we receive, in the amount of $30,000. We are budgeted for PG conservatorship fees of $40,000 and rep payee fees for $30,000. Our fee process is a little different than other programs because with other programs, they're able to charge a fee, collect that fee, and provide the service. With us, depending on the type of conservatorship, we provide the service, and then either a year or two later, we have to go before the court and ask the court if we're able to collect those fees. And during that process, the public defender can also, the public defender is representing the client, and they can contest those fees and say whether or not they think that they're too high or not. So that's another factor into how we're able to collect our fees. So ultimately, the court gives final approval of whether or not we can collect those fees, regardless of what we set them at. Additionally, there's probate code 2640 and 41, which limits how much we're able to collect. We're not allowed to collect from our clients who have public benefits, and collecting our fees can never put our client in a financial hardship. So those two factors, having the court approve our fees and also the laws that limit when we can collect, really affects when we can collect our fees. So prior to 2016, we had been charging a flat fee. Now, after MGT study, we're looking at what, So prior to 2016, we had been doing a flat fee. We switched to a hourly fee after the judge that was presiding over our cases had an issue with the flat fee, and that judge is no longer on the bench hearing our cases. And after the MGT study that predicts that we'll see a $587,000 increase in revenue, we're looking at moving back to a flat fee. Additionally, the benefit to the fee study that we were looking at is providing for charging for all of our services. Currently, we're not charging for our initial investigation or our fiscal staff services. So with the fees that we're proposing, we would be able to capture those services as well. So if you go to the last page of the study, it breaks down the fees that we're proposing, the new fees that we're proposing, and the change in some of these fees. So we're proposing that we add a new one-time case enrollment fee of $807, a new yearly estate trust management fee of $648. That's so that the one-time case enrollment fee is that would cover our initial investigation, which basically is our staff going out and evaluating whether or not that person meets the requirements to be on conservatorship. And we also look for alternatives to a conservatorship. Say there's a family member that is willing to provide the service that we provide. The court actually gives the family member priority so long as they're appropriate, because a lot of our cases that we get, especially the ones from APS, are a family member actually financially abusing their loved one. So in those cases, we wouldn't recommend to the court that that family member be appointed as the conservator. Additionally, we're proposing a yearly fee of $1,500, and that was what we had been doing. We're currently doing as an hourly fee of $110. And then an extraordinary compensation fee of $149 per hour. And that's basically something we would only use if we have a complicated financial case where or if we're selling someone's home. Sometimes we haven't done it since I've been in Orange here, but when I was in Orange County, we ran a client's business. And so that's above and beyond what we would normally do. And so we would charge an extra fee. The court allows us to charge an extra fee for that. So in conclusion, now that MGT has completed this fee study and has determined that we may see a revenue increase, we'd like to collaborate with the court and the public defender's office regarding these fees. And we'd like to obtain direction from the board, allowing us to incorporate the court and the public defender's feedback in the final fee resolution that will return to the board at a later date.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments.
The only thing I would add would be an annual CPI. I mean, they're out there, easy to get a hold of, and I would adopt one along with this. Because if not, we're just gonna fall behind, and obviously we're gonna need fee studies every 3 to 5-ish years, as the consultant suggested, but I'd adopt an annual CPI to go with it right now, if we get to that point.
The CPI?
Consumer Price Index,
Oh, okay.
inflation adjusted.
Yep.
Otherwise, if we see, major inflationary years, then we just get way behind it. We should stay on top of it rather than be chasing it.
Yeah, can we do that with this type of fee? Can we build in a escalator for it?
We can, yeah.
The
yeah.
consultant recommended it,
Okay.
but for some reason, we
It's
chose
not-
on both of them not to, so.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Like I said, it all depends at the end of the day what the court wants to award us.
Gotcha.
Okay. So we should request that and see if the court will work with us then with the rising costs.
Okay.
And then I got confused when you were talking, no, sorry, you kept saying, with the increase in revenue, you mean if we adopt the fees that you're suggesting, there'll be an increase in revenue,
Correct.
correct? Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
it's like, we don't have it yet, so
Yes,
just wanted to
I-
make sure I understood that correctly.
Yeah.
And then, county council, maybe, is this an unfunded mandate by the state since we have to do this as public guardian or no?
Not quite prepared to answer that. I believe it is a program, as Nathaniel noted, that we are required to provide. It's, I'd have to look a little bit more closely at whether or not it falls in that category where the level of the service is subject to some degree of discretion.
Well, I'm just, RCRC is looking at test
Understood.
cases on unfund, starting to build a state again, so this could be one. Just throwing it out there. I think this one's more straightforward than the senior day. Do you guys think so too, or?
If we did a CPI, would that just automatically happen annually?
Yeah.
The rise, okay.
That's what would be
Yeah.
my
Yeah, right,
suggestion.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then if we adopt these fees, the courts still have ultimate authority to.
Right.
Correct.
accept
Yeah.
them. Okay.
They do, you're right. Let's
Yep.
try it.
Be cleaner.
let's try.
Yeah.
All right, so any more questions? So open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 14, public guardian. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody in the chambers like to speak on this item?
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the boards for action. item.
Kaylee, can you
Just
show us what we have?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the fun part. We get to wordsmith on the dais. It's great. Okay.
Everybody okay with this? so far?
On item number 3, that might just need a little clarification because I was really only talking about the extraordinary.
Oh, down below in the public guardian item.
Yes, in the public guardian area. I was referring to the extraordinary compensation.
Yeah, only.
Only, yeah.
So can we really take out if Explorer services are available privately? We don't have to have if, right?
Where are you?
Well,
Right here
he's
on
back up on
3.
senior.
Oh, but.
Yeah. Explorer services that are available.
Given that, I'll move the direction and the section on public guardian for
going forward.
Anything else? Is there a second?
So you're, the whole thing that's
Mhm.
here?
Yeah.
Good job, by the way, Kaylee. I just wanted to say good
Mhm.
job for
Very good job.
following our thoughts. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll second that.
And then under discussion, explore alternating site locations. I know that that was mentioned. Staff gave some pretty
Mhm.
solid reasons as to why we might not, wouldn't
do
want to
that.
alternate. But
Mhm.
didn't we land more on consolidating?
That would be number 2 up there, I believe, under the senior day. Explore fee study with one
One
site
site,
instead
yeah.
of 2.
Right, but I don't, are we still looking at wanting to explore alternating sites?
I think staff's reasoning was pretty clear.
It's
Why
pretty
that's probably
solid.
not
Yeah.
a good idea to even
Right.
look into that.
That's what I was thinking.
timeline.
Yeah,
I'll remove that.
Yeah, let's remove the.
Oh, number 6. Okay, see, yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't following.
that's what I was, yeah,
Number
trying to
6,
get
got
at.
it.
So amend my motion.
Does the board need to memorialize the request for the annual CPI for senior day as
Yes.
well?
Yes,
Oh, add that in there too. Yeah. You can
Copy
probably
paste.
just- Yeah.
thank you, Tiff.
Can you repeat that, please, Tiffany? Just add, so item 1 under the public guardian for the annual CPI, just copy that and paste it above for senior day as well.
Yeah.
Now the motion maker really amends his motion.
We just- And I will second that.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you.
very
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good job, guys. Yeah, let's take a break for a couple minutes.
Sorry, Howard.
Be right back.
No, I should have. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna step out for a minute. I
You're
gotta
doing
step out. My
Yeah,
knee
you're
is
doing a good
killing me.
job.
So
It's easier.
so it's hard to get up out of this chair where it hurts.
And then start walking.
Like, you know, I always get like and then like, you know, people are.
Anyway, so we'll go to item 15, plaque presentation.
Item 15 comes from the clerk of the board recommending the board receive and file an annual report from the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee and provide direction to the committee or staff if necessary.
Morning.
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 Morning. We just heard we were the only ones this morning, so we have, what, 2 or 3 hours for this presentation?
Yeah.
We'll keep you right
Hour
on.
and a half.
We'll keep you right on time. Yeah.
Heard?
Yeah. Now you can tell why they drafted me to do this presentation, right? Yeah, I did bring some of my committee colleagues today. I won't introduce in just a minute, but thank you very much for inviting us and allowing us to speak on the wonderful community and advisory committee we have down in Coloma Lotus. Welcome. I haven't met you, Supervisor Ferraro, but congratulations. My condolences. So Coloma Lotus, vibrant little community. If any of you don't know where it is, halfway between Placerville and Auburn, on the South Fork of the American River. And we are one of the hot spots of tourism in this wonderful county we live in, between South Lake for Supervisor Lane and Apple Hill for Supervisor Camp. Coloma Lotus is our other little hidden gem, founded in 1848, right? Gold Rush. So our little advisory committee down there reviews basically all these various projects that come through the community. We get contacted by the planning department if there are any special use or conditional use permit applications, discretionary projects down in that area. And we kind of view our responsibility of informing the public. Because we're an advisory committee and we don't have any jurisdictional authority, our feeling is that the most important thing we can do is keep the public engaged and informed on all these things that go on in the county. So real quick slideshow presentation here on our projects and our duties. And then I'll let my colleagues come up and just say hi and introduce themselves. Hopefully in the future, they will do this instead of having me in front of your mic all the time. Next slide. And by the way, before I forget, this woman is amazing.
Haley does a great job.
We could not do what we do without her. I know she manages all the committees or a ton of committees, and I know they probably have the same feeling. Thank you, thank you, thank you for funding this and giving us that assistance and hiring a wonderful person who has to deal with lots of personalities.
Kim's good.
That was Kim.
And Kim too. Yeah, she's been here a long time, and Kaylee comes down to our committee hearings, committee meetings, and organizes everything. Takes care of all the notes. And before, when I had to do that as a volunteer, I was probably not doing it correctly. So this is wonderful. All right, this is just our charter, why we were formed. A little bit of history. Supervisor Parlin was instrumental in the transition between what previously was in Coloma Lotus Valley called the River Management Advisory Committee. And that committee was formed decades ago as a community advisory committee on the river management plan and the operations and implementation of that management plan. We felt it was time to kind of expand that purview and to look at more of the things going on in the Coloma Lotus Valley than just the river. So this is the structure of our committee with the membership representation at the bottom. Next slide. These are our ongoing projects that we have kind of on an annual basis. Some of these have been around for years prior to our existence and that we participate and help facilitate education and information on. Annual river report every year we review and work with Parks and Rec on. Mount Murphy Bridge is a recent project, recent 8 years. It's taking a little time to get that done. We understand why. There was a little accident on the bridge recently that kind of, let's say, created some aggravation among the residents on that side of the river. They couldn't get across Mount Murphy Bridge for a little bit, but DOT did a wonderful job of fixing that quickly. But they keep us informed of this project and the construction schedule, which will start hopefully here in 2026. We're crossing our fingers that we'll have a new bridge in the next few years. Big conversation that's been going on for years that we haven't resolved. And I know everybody comes and tackles you with this funding issue is our fire district, our Lotus Fire Station down there, closed years ago. That actually interesting enough was a community building that was built and paid for by the community, donations and free labor. And then it was a volunteer fire department. And then when that transition happened years ago and El Dorado County took that over as a district station, they used that building. It's kind of a funky lease agreement there, but suffice to say that the community is very interested in what's going to happen with that building. That building's been sitting there empty for years now since they closed. The question of whether or not they'll go back to a community building since we built it and paid for it. What's the county going to do with it, or what's the fire district going to do with it? They're not using it. So that's an ongoing conversation with no resolution yet. Planning applications already mentioned. Hennessy, Lotus Park, and Chili Bar. Those are two of your county parks that are in our district/purview area and very, very critical to the ecosystem in the valley, especially with all the whitewater rafting in the river. So we stay very plugged in with Parks and Rec on those two. I'm interested to see what you guys want to do with Chili Bar and how we're going to move forward on that. Some conversations about whether or not the direction of that in Chili Bar and expenditures on our RV park, or whether all the public meetings that we held on the Chili Bar project all focused on three things: bathrooms, bathrooms, bathrooms. and we still don't have the bathrooms. So the community would really like to work with you guys, and especially Parks and Rec facility, to figure out how we get workable, usable, sustainable bathrooms down there. So Lotus Road and Gold Hill intersection, this is something that Supervisor Parlin has brought to your attention. We're still looking for the funding. That's a bad intersection, lots of accidents. So those are ongoing projects. Next slide. These are the projects we're working on right now. So Mount Murphy Bridge, the Class 1 bike path that's being proposed on Lotus Road from Highway 49 Lotus Road intersection all the way to HLP, Hennessy Lotus Park, excuse me, for those that don't know what HLP means. So that's in the preliminary EIR CEQA review process right now. And big conversations, chains on our email listservs in town about good, bad, and ugly on that. Lots of supporters, few detractors, some questions and issues on that. But that's something that we as a committee are facilitating and working with the public on. Chili Bar planning, I just mentioned to you, bathrooms, bathrooms, bathrooms. River management plan, every year we take a look at the annual report, but the river management plan is supposed to be updated every 5 years. It typically gets updated about every 10 to 12. So we would like to get into an adaptive management process with updating it every 5 years without having to go through a lot of costs for you guys. We are very sensitive to your budgetary constraints, but we feel like that more in-depth analysis of the river management plan every 5 years is helpful, not just an annual report. So we're going to work with Parks and Rec in your CAO's office to kind of try to get onto a 5-year schedule. And then Parks and Trails, big resource for us in the Valley, huge attraction for visitors, big thing, not just big, important resources for our residents and our business community. So HLP, we have a number of things there that we have been working with Parks and Recs on. HLP expansion project that came to you guys about a couple of years ago about potentially acquiring a big piece of land across the river and attaching it to HLP. Didn't get the grant money. Until we get grant money for it, we know we're not going to be able to acquire it. And then the Highway 49 bridge MOU, that's a real concern for the business owners right at Highway 49 bridge. A lot of people use that now that it's clean. Caltrans, when they built the new bridge, updated that interface with the river. It's a much easier and nicer place to use as a river goer. The problem is parking and bathrooms. So everyone's parking in the business parking lots right next to that intersection with the 49 bridge. But the state DOT, Caltrans, state doesn't do any management. Legally, they have to leave that access point open for access to the river, but they don't have to manage it. So our thought was that working with Parks and Rec, we could do an MOU with Caltrans. They have been willing to work to do that, and then open that up with trash and porta potties during the season only. So that way we could mitigate the impacts to the business owners and the parking around that. Wouldn't cost hardly anything, and it could come out of the River Trust Fund. So, all right, that's the current projects. Next slide, I think, is just next slide is a map. This is just to give you a little snapshot of what's happening down there. For those of you that don't come down to Coloma very often, come on down. We'll show you around. But this is the major intersection, the arteries of the valley. That star right there is the intersection between Lotus Road and Highway 49. The blue is the state park. The green is Caltrans Highway 49 expansion project. About 15 years ago, they expanded the highway and they put in sidewalks on both sides. That was a fight, but we got them and they're great. The blue is the new bridge. Used to be, it was a curb. Now it's got sidewalks on both sides. Thank you very much. You guys helped fund that. That's been wonderful. The juggernaut is right there at the star where that intersection is. The yellow is the proposed class 1 bike path. Wonderful opportunity there, but that's dumping out at that end, right at an intersection that has no pedestrian or bike infrastructure, except if you go left across the bridge. You go right where the red is, it's all shoulders. So the conversation right now with Caltrans, with county, DOT and Caltrans is what can we do with that red section? If this bike path is built, how can we connect those to keep people safe? And how can we get them into the state park? That's not your stick, it'll be Caltrans, but that interface with the county, potential funding, a sidewalk across Lotus Road, those are the types of things that we're looking at. Okay? I think that's the last slide.
So I'll
Next
bring
one.
it back to the board for any comments or questions. Lori, it's in your district, so you have any questions, comments? Please?
I just love this photo.
Yeah, I know. She
It's
does,
just-
yeah.
it's
Bill
so-
Center.
Oh, okay. Voter rep on, okay, very good. Both sides of my family came in 52. Veer came. The guy, girls network, yeah. That's right, the hippie bakery. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's
Yeah, you want to restate what you said? for
So
us?
my comments were lovely and everybody appreciated them. No, but just thank you guys for all you do, allowing the community the opportunity to come together and giving that place to be heard and ask questions and allowing, you know, when there's a specific project, staff will attend, which is a great way for the public to feel connected to what the county is doing. And the Coloma Valley is just, it's just lovely. I love District 4. So I'll just put I love District 4. But yeah, the Coloma Valley is it's really interesting. You know, we don't think about it because it's so small. I mean, truly. But Howard, you had that one presentation that was outside of Clarkville, I must say, economic development, and you showed the numbers of the visitors that come, and it's amazing how many places in our whole county are like that. Though we have a lot of teeny tiny little gems, and the world comes. So thank you for that, and for, you know, all you guys do, and for volunteering. This is volunteer times. What? Where's your paycheck? Yeah,
Yeah.
Nate's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, so any other comments?
Good job.
Yeah, so I just want to say, you know, a lot of family history here with, you know, especially down there in Lotus Hotel and the Lotus store. The Timbers Hotel is what they used to be called, and that was James Turnbow, which was Hugh Turnbow's brother. Anyway, and the church, the old church that you remodeled, it's actually 3 months older than the El Dorado Community Church.
Oh.
It used to be the Union Church, El Dorado was, and then it became the El Dorado Community Church in 1857. So anyways, it's really neat that you guys are preserving the history, especially that, because it is a gem. Coloma is a gem, and so is Lotus. So thank you for everything you guys do. Appreciate it. Any other comments? All right. So, yeah, you want to introduce?
I'd waste your time a little longer here, yeah.
It's
Hi,
okay.
Nate Rangel, chair of this wonderful community committee. Basically, I just call it to order and I adjourn and I let Howard and the others run the show, which is kind of fun. I represent the River Outfitters on the committee. I'm retired as an outfitter, but I represent them vis-a-vis our trade association. And now I get paid to do what I did for free for 40 years. So not much, very little. That's it. Anyway, yeah, you know, Chair Turnbow, I owned the Lotus store for about 15 years. It was, it's wonderful. The walls are like this thick on the inside. It's amazing. Anyway, I appreciate the support you all show us, and we appreciate the ability and the opportunity to have, as Howard put it, the community be able to come up and weigh in on the things that make a difference to those of us in our community. I love this community. I moved up here when I was 30 from LA. I can't imagine not having lived here those first 30 years, but I'm trying my best to make the next 40 better. So,
Thanks, Nate. Do you like to come on?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Haber. I'm the non-commercial boater representative for CLAC. I just wanted to thank you all for your time. I too, just to piggyback off what Nate said, am incredibly passionate about the Coloma Lotus Valley. Love it. Think it's a real gem and want to do anything I can to help preserve it, grow it in the best way possible, and just keep everyone happy there. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Emily.
All right, so I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 15. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. It is glaringly apparent that the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee, formerly called RMAC, are taking unethical advice from County Council to violate PRA laws, the Brown Act, and their oaths of office. Several years ago, Larry Weitzman accompanied me to a couple of their meetings held in the Marshall Gold Discovery Park Museum. His subsequent article appeared in the Mountain Democrat, nailed their conduct. Quote, "My time watching Looney Tunes was better spent. It was so unproductive. Not only did not one panel member understand their charge, they didn't even understand their own agenda, which consisted of 3 items. The first one was the approval of the prior meeting's erroneous minutes and the approval of the agenda for that night. I also attended the prior meeting at the Marshall Gold Discovery Park Museum, which seemed to operate ultra vires. They were mostly concerned about the county's recommendation that RMAC be disbanded. What I'm pointing out is the fact that each of these meetings cost the taxpayer a lot of money," end quote. Larry Weitzman described their unlawful conduct in another one of his columns as mob rule. The public administration of their self-serving plan mirrors the ill-concerted and incongruous projects of Parks and Recreation, rather than a policy which supports and defends constitutional principles for all local residents. During another serial meeting, Lori publicly stated that she wants to empower the mob. Quote, "I will support you with the help of county council. You can do anything, end quote. Furthermore, it is a fact that Lori Parlin, Sue Taylor, and Chris Payne colluded with county staff and actively participated in their serial meetings. None of them live anywhere near the river, or for that matter, even within the Coloma Lotus region. As such, Lori acted against the public good by violating the public trust. With regard to DOT and the Mount Murphy Bridge issues, you are aware of the reticence on behalf of the county to lawfully respond to PRAs. For example, PRAs submitted January 24th and on February 13th failed to address the January 12th DUI incident that shut down the bridge for 2 weeks, nor have they yet provided an accounting of the grant funds spent thus far on the bridge replacement. However, late yesterday afternoon, I did finally receive documentation revealing that it cost taxpayers over $40,000 just to inspect and repair the bridge damage caused by the January DUI incident. Bottom line, CLAC lacks transparency and accountability. It should have been disbanded years ago. More importantly, it is evident that EDC is in dire need of its own Department of Government Efficiency to weed out wasteful spending.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning again, board. Just to let you know, on county capital improvement projects, they have shareholders who are responsible for providing overview and insight into our respective groups. For instance, the El Dorado County Historical Society sometimes has to participate, not has to, but will participate in anything which will have a environmental impact in terms of making sure that the historical precedent that you alluded to, Chair, earlier, all that family generational things are protected, that information can be then shared when it pertains to a specific project location, in this case, Mount Murphy Bridge. If the meetings are held at the Grange and they're public meetings, we will participate in order to be able to pass on that information. And though we don't live in the valley, we do care about what happens in the valley. As you know, the state park is there and it's a community location. The public is invited to come and participate. And there's a lot of tourism that goes on, as Howard Penn spoke to earlier. I don't believe the fact that we are participating in a public meeting denotes the fact that we are outsiders that shouldn't be there. And therefore, I think the context that I want to leave you with is that we all share this beautiful location. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There are no additional public comments.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions? Comments? Anyway,
Appreciate it.
Good, yeah.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, guys. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
See you soon, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm gonna reach out to county council. Do we have time for item 17 in closed session? All right, will there be any report out after? All right, so open it up to public comment, please.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session item 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
So we'll recess to closed session. Just want to say we're back from lunch. County Council, any report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session and heard item number 17. There is no action to report out.
All right, thank you for that. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume a regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time to the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. And please be respectful as you step up to the podium. So anybody want to speak? Step up.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating on Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Linda Colombo, District 2. I'm reading from the Lizzie Johnson's book, Paradise. Rachel, who is a lady who had just given birth, C-section at the hospital in Paradise. She looked out across the lot in time to see only 2 ambulances pull out and disappear down Pence Road. There hadn't been enough space for her. Staff members parked their cars beneath the overhang, guiding patients into the back seats of their own cars. The Skyway, which is one of the highway studies, had shown that a concrete bulb out had increased travel time as much as 54 seconds. So mass evacuation was sure to make things worse. A toxic mass choked the sunlight. The black smoke suffocated the sky. Rachel pressed her finger gently against the window and pulled it back in surprise. It was like touching the door of an oven. She covered her nose with her hospital gown, breathing hot air into the pink cotton. She saw people abandoning their cars and sprinting to their window. She reached for her cell phone, dialing her husband, Chris, repeatedly. The call wouldn't go through. The signal dropped. It was a game of chance, like being in a sports stadium or concert area packed with tens of thousands of fans as they used their cell phones. Some randomly got connected. Others were stymied by the overloaded telecommunications network. People were abandoning their cars and, thoughtless in their desperation, mind this, taking the keys with them, leaving the vehicles as immovable as boulders on the road, reminiscent of the recent Paradise fire down in LA. Chris, her husband, watched more cars catch fire. Was Rachel in one of them? Was the baby? A man who appeared out of the smog, his cheeks dark with charcoal. Who are you looking for? My wife, Chris said, my baby. He's 6 pounds, 12 hours old. I don't know what's going on. I saw a blonde woman breastfeeding in the car back there, gestured the man. Chris ran back through the jumbled maze of eviscerated cars towards the fire. The ground beneath him gummy with tire rubber and marred with tributaries of aluminum with melted engine parts. A cardiopulmonary manager had devised a backup survival plan after the Humboldt fire when he was trapped in a Paradise by traffic. He didn't like the idea of burning to death in his Volkswagen on some winding mountain road. Mullen, 38, had been one of the last people to leave the hospital that morning. He tried to find a route to safety, even in the concrete rippled with heat, but after encountering flames in every direction, they decided to return to the hospital. Mullen and 6 other people led the other people down into the basement tunnel, which ran beneath the parking lot. Near the middle of the tunnel was a housekeeping office and storage closet with tanks of compressed oxygen and helium. Thank you very much for listening. I love my 3 minutes.
Okay.
And hopefully it works for us.
Right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Malcolm Thornton, and I am a union representative representing UDW, United Domestic Workers of America. And we represent the workers who are the providers for the IHSS in-home support service system. Many of your constituents receive services through the IHSS program, and many of your constituents are providers through the IHSS service program. I'm sure, as you all are aware, the IHSS provides crucial and vital services to the people in your community, allowing them to remain in their homes, allowing them to remain parts of their communities, allowing them to remain parts of their families, and just allows them to maintain a sense of dignity and a effective and worthwhile life. The we currently just started negotiations with the county, and we had one negotiation session. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but currently there are more people that need services than there are people that are able to provide services for the program in this. There are many people that live rurally that don't have access to the services, and there are many people that want to provide services to those people, but don't have access, or it's too expensive for them to provide those services. As you can see, that the prices of gas and inflation and everything has made things much more difficult for people. And it looks like they're getting ready to be much more difficult in the days to come. I'm asking you to take into consideration all of this and to consider your constituents, the people that live in your community, take them into consideration when you receive our proposals at the end of this month, and to not delay bargaining, to instruct your team to please to move as swiftly as we can. We know that times are uncertain, but we still want to try to move as quickly as we can so that we can wrap this up as quickly as we can, so that we can continue to provide services to the people in this county, and hopefully attract more people that will provide services to people in this county, so that everyone who needs the services can receive them. That's all I have to say to you today. Well, thank you very much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
First off, before I start.
Speak in the microphone first.
Okay.
Because you're going to lose your time. That's why I say
Okay, this is for the Board of Supervisors. It's a television show that I did called Walking California. Oh, my time started. Okay. Hi, I'm Steve Weldon, and I'm here to talk about Visit El Dorado. My first visit here was on a scouting trip to Placerville for a possible film location for Walking California, a show that I host. And that's when I met Jody Franklin, the director, who spent nearly an hour with me telling me all the great places to visit, not only on Main Street here, but historic places like the Gold Bug Mine and many other places. And this lady had a vitality that was off the chart. And after the visit, I said to her, if I do a show here, would you be my guide? She said, I would love to. Well, to make a long story short, we filmed an episode that featured the history of the area, the Tallman Museum, took a stagecoach ride, got a great lesson in blacksmithing, and panned for gold at the Gold Bug Mine. We visited businesses from the oldest hardware store west of the Mississippi to local shops on Main Street. We found out how the town's names changed from Old Dry Diggins to Hangtown and finally to Placerville. And she didn't say this is our town. She said, this is my town. I was blown away by the spirit these people had. And the cost of El Dorado County for filming this episode that ended up in 28 states was nothing. It was because of the charm and the warmth I got from Jody and her staff that made all this happen. And according to Visit California, visitors to El Dorado County spent just over $1 billion in this county in 2022. That's the latest stat that they have. And that was a COVID year, so it's more now. That $1 billion generated $100.6 billion in tax revenue. And the total revenue, or the total budget for Visit El Dorado, including salaries, advertising, the works, was $297,000. Well, your cost to generate one tourist dollar spent is less than 0.3 of 1 cent. I did my homework. Figure that in, and that half of that money, that $297, went directly into advertising for the county. And I'm talking about getting bang for the buck. 65,000 of these went out, and they went out in the Bay Area. They went out in San Francisco. They went out in Sacramento. They went out in Tahoe, all over the place. It's incredible. So what I'm asking you, these folks, they put so much effort into what they're doing. And these books, they have all sorts of information, everything from a vineyard directory to camping info, panning info, lodging directory. They have a calendar of events. And you folks voted to close the doors on Visit El Dorado? With all respect, folks, I'm not believing this. Tourism in this county is responsible for 13,000 jobs, a cost of 0.3 of 1 cent to make a dollar, and you want to get rid of the welcome face of the county? I'm not believing it. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, please. Look at the facts, and these are the facts, and you'll realize and conclude that shutting down Visit El Dorado would be a catastrophic mistake. Every business in this county relies on tourism except one place, and that's the morgue. Thank you. Okie dokie. Now I want to hand this to y'all. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Uh-oh.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Michael Rinaldi, 43-year resident, tax-paying resident of El Dorado County. I'm here to comment on the funding approach, particularly for the outside agencies as well. I'm asking the board to please revisit the timing and the approach to what you intend to do here. We've got a lot of folks that have invested a very large portion of their lives into making El Dorado County a destination location for folks. And I really, really am saddened to see our fiscal issues come to this. The approach diminishes your long-term investment in those organizations. You've made an investment, and by cutting it off so quickly, you diminish your investment. And I'm asking you not to do that. The irony here is the intent to prioritize public safety. Please consider the stresses on our county services when they're overwhelmed by further job losses. There's going to be a cost to that as well. The approach hurts existing businesses, particularly the smaller businesses that haven't had as much time to develop their brand, and they count on the county chambers and their efforts to get the word out about their businesses and encourage people to come here. The proposed action further weakens our revenue trends, and we should be working on response activities to those declining revenues, and there are opportunities. Your water agency has provided a landscape scale analysis that demonstrates that it makes sense to make an investment, a further investment. There are millions of dollars of opportunity for this county in the recreation and tourism space that we've not realized. And many of those is going to require involvement and engagement with government. The land uses need to be revisited in order to take advantage of some of those. I wonder sometimes if it's just the adoption of the job-killing TIF fees that just made y'all throw your hands up. That really hurts our business parks. But pulling back on the tourism investments hurts everyone. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Chairman, David Bolster Camino. Thank you, Mike, for your observations. And I think I'd like to look at it from a little different angle. So Mike talked about the investment. So in my lifetime, my 60 years anyway, of being aware of what's going on here, we and you, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, have worked together to build a great brand. El Dorado is a brand. Let's look at it from a brand perspective. My econ classes at UC Davis, the discussions about brand building, economic development. What's a brand? A brand is something that has value. It can be a person, it can be a business, it can be a region. So the world's most valuable brands are 3 hours away. Apple and Google, exceptionally valuable brands. Geographic brands like El Dorado County, look to the east, South Lake Tahoe, Heavenly Valley. Those are brands. Those are really valuable brands. You know how long it took to build those brands? It just, I've been there. All these wonderful trees, these oak trees that have been built over the last 60 years. So the reality is budgeting is hard. These budget questions you deal with are hard, but you voted to do you decided to be as representatives of El Dorado County, you decided to make the hard choices. So let's acknowledge it's hard. We get that. But what I would suggest is that we're asking the wrong questions. We're, as a practical matter, we're all down here in the forest and looking at the trees. Let's take a ride up 15,000 feet so we can look at Heavenly Valley. Let's look at the El Dorado Hills Business Park. And all those things together, including the Board of Supervisors, constitute this big, beautiful quilt called El Dorado, a big, beautiful brand called El Dorado. So with the Board of Supervisors decisions in the last few weeks, the message is that you are separate from the business community. Over the last 60 years, I can't imagine anything being different than that. It's been a collaborative effort to build this great El Dorado brand that we have. It's so valuable. What we've created is so valuable. Go to Napa, that's a brand. You go to Hollywood, that's a brand. These things are really valuable and we should cherish them and preserve them. So, basically what I'm saying is, let's ask the right questions. Let's follow the right model. The people, the policymakers of the city in San Francisco decided in the 20s that business was an annoyance to them, and the welcome sign went down. Are we going to follow that model of the people and the decision makers of the city of San Francisco and look at that brand that they have today? It's a fraction.
Appreciate it.
What's the
Thank you.
model going to be?
Thank you.
Hi, Adam Anderson. Here representing Placerville Economic Advisory Council in support of our Visitors Authority. And enjoying our recreational facilities yesterday. I ended up patronizing our local independent hospital in the same step. See how much revenue we bring to this county. Jody Franklin has been a great partner to downtown Placerville. I have a business there. I own property there. And what is going on with reducing or getting rid of her department really concerns me for tourism on Main Street, which is the heart blood of that community. And she's just been a great partner as far as marketing, media, participating in so many of the events, making sure that they're people know about them. And I just, if you have a budget issue, most corporations, they go through their organizations, they ask them to cut 10% of each group. They go to each one and they ask them to cut a whole group out without looking at other ways to cut, I think was short-sighted. And I hope that you would reconsider what you've done. And I'd love to see the Visitors Authority have a presence in this county. We're competing against other counties for the tourism business, and we need to have a presence. We want that. We want those tourism dollars here. We want those sales tax revenues. We want that TOT revenue in our county. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam.
Chair. Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines District 5. Last week, I got these two words, pimp and prostitute, and I didn't understand why I got those two words in my spirit, but I was asked, are you going to go to the meeting today? So I'm here, and I prayed about this, and the first thing I'm very grateful for the mercy and grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. I've got this topic, the government and grants. Pimps, prostitutes, Pharisees, road to freedom. What is a pimp? To make use of, often dishonorable, for one's own gain or benefit, a broker, agent, jobber, middleman, or a mediator. How I got this was about a week ago. I saw an article that said that we may be losing federal money from grants. 1.5 million for a mastication project. And as you know, I'm a retired firefighter. We need to get guys that retire. We need to get back to volunteering, cleaning up our own mess, which we made in America, let alone Colorado County. Who do you depend upon? Do not depend upon the government, grants, or money. I depend upon God Almighty. I depend on God alone. I put my hope in Him. Trust in the Lord and do good, and so shall you dwell in the land and feed surely on faithfulness. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil, and by craving it, some have wandered away from the faith and pierced themselves with many pains. Woe, judgment is coming to those who call evil good and good evil. Seek good and not evil, so that you may live, and the Lord of hosts will be with you. Hate evil, love good, establish judgment in the gate. And perhaps the Lord of hosts will be gracious unto the remnant of Joseph. We need to get back to volunteering, guys. There's enough people here, I'm sure, that they wouldn't mind putting their hands to the plow. Maybe we need to get back to the plow. Now I know that the Lord gives victory to his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with a mighty victories. From his right hand, some take pride in chariots and others in horses, but we take pride, and that's only good pride. All the rest of pride is vanity, in the name of Yahweh, our God. And I just ask, Lord Jesus, touch our county with your peace, and may the people wake up in truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn.
Hi there, my name's Pam Harris. I'm a small business owner. I own a farm in Pollock Pines that's been in my family for 150 years. And I'm also representing Apple Hill Growers, which is an agritourism advertising collective. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the issue of the county budget, specifically cuts to the Office of Tourism and the Film Commission. I did some digging to find out specifics of the budget changes. I'm sorry. I meant to silence that and I forgot. I did some digging to find out the specifics of the budget changes, such as line item changes, and I didn't find the county website to be very helpful in that effort. So I'm speaking from a perspective of incomplete information. That being said, I hope that all of us here today are not here wasting our time and your time. As I understand it, the board has voted already at the last meeting to eliminate funding for the Office of Tourism and the Film Commission. It would have been more helpful to engage in public input prior to that vote. I'm unclear about what good will come from an open forum on a topic that's already been decided. However, I'm here. It's my understanding that agritourism and recreation are critical revenue sources for El Dorado County. I also understand that the tourism tax and real estate taxes have lagged projections. Real estate sales across the nation have been depressed due to a variety of factors, including interest rates, high prices, due to demand and supply issues, and certainly rising insurance costs. The tourism tax decreases might be attributable at least in part to changes to the vacation rentals policies, and certainly from consumers feeling the pinch of inflation. What this situation calls for is more marketing and outreach, not less, and more collaboration between industries that drive the economy in El Dorado County. The county would benefit from greater community engagement to bring new ideas and creative approaches to the table. The way to increase revenues in El Dorado County is to continue to explore and implement programs and activities that attract visitors, businesses, and new residents. As you may know, the Apple Hill Growers started as a handful of small farm owners, and through the years has been a huge success story. Our organization focuses primarily on marketing of the experience of visiting local farms and enjoying all that our beautiful rural county has to offer. We estimate that over 1 million people have visited our farms last year. We've worked with Jody in the Office of Tourism on several initiatives in recent years that have really brought additional tourists and visitors to our county. There are countless other recreational activities in the county that attract visitors as well. Our visitors spend money locally while in the area. The Office of Tourism can be a driver in connecting the many organizations that cater to visitors, not only to enhance the visitors' experience, but to be inclusive of the many things that this county has to offer. I would just ask that you reconsider your decision to cut funding to those two agencies. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caleb Armstrong, president of Nonprofit Construction Corporation. We're based out of District 4. But housing element goals, the county shall assist various nonprofit organizations who assist in emergency and disaster needs. One, I have RFP here. It's a request for proposals to provide disaster recovery assistance. We have emergency mobilized bridge housing. This is a creative opportunity for the board of directors to look at a disaster response. I mean, we're an organization here in El Dorado County who wants to contribute and help our communities rebuild. We have a long way to go with wildfire mitigations. As we look at Grizzly Flats, was a devastated community, and this RFP, if we were able to form a partnership with El Dorado County, at least getting some grant writing services to help fund these mobilized bridge houses, we'd be able to provide our community the spot to have a substantial place to stay. And we're dedicated to disaster recovery rebuilding services here in El Dorado County. So with that contract, we would still be helping communities rebuild with that money, if anything was ever established. So there's that. Here, this one is our
unapproved quote we did. This is our fourth low-income family we're helping build a home in El Dorado County. We only charge them $1. And that's one thing that my organization's essentially we're becoming the first subsidized general contractor ever. And it's one of the coolest things. Eventually, when we get to that point of being able to solidify our full staff that we have currently, we'll be able to provide all of El Dorado County, at least the moderate to low income individuals, materials only construction services. So whether that's a family that needs help in IHSS and their payments were stopped and that elderly individual was put into care, we do run that public guardian home rehabilitation program. We go out, we make the repairs. Even if they don't have the money, we may be able to provide us the essential service for those materials. It's a huge opportunity for our community to afford to make repairs in the home. But we're doing some pretty cool things, and so keep an eye on us.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Afternoon Supervisors, Gordon Helm, Placerville over the farm in Camino. I'm here today because the board has chosen to move forward with cutting funding on Visitors Authority. A decision that will have serious long-term consequences to our economy, business, and county revenue. You've also decided to cut funding to the Film Commission, which I also have the same misgivings to, but due to limited time, I'm going to just focus on the Visitors Authority. Cutting tourism promotion doesn't just save money, it costs us money. Tourism is a major economic engine for El Dorado County. It generates millions in local spending every year. It supports restaurants, hotels, wineries, and small businesses. It helps to fund public services through the transient occupancy tax. Cutting funding will result in fewer visitors, which will result in less revenue. Other counties like Napa, Sonoma, and Placer have invested in tourism, making them stronger competitors. Without promotion, El Dorado County will lose market share and visitors will go elsewhere. Many small businesses depend on tourism to survive. Hotels, tour companies, rafting companies, retailers, and the agritourism industry will suffer. Less visitors means job losses and business closures. Tourism supports local workers, servers, winery staff, guides, and artisans. Cutting funding doesn't just hurt businesses, it hurts the families that rely on these jobs. My question to you is, how can we justify putting our small business and workers at risk when the benefits of cutting tourism far outweigh the costs? Tourism funding isn't an expense, it's an investment in ourselves. TO2 revenue funds roads, emergency services, and public works. Less tourism results in less tax revenue, which will result in deeper cuts elsewhere. This is a self-inflicted wound. The cost of funding the Visitors Authority is small compared to the economic damage of cutting it. Once we lose visitors, rebuilding our reputation will be far more expensive. What's the board's plan for replacing this lost revenue? This decision hurts our businesses, our workers, and our county financial stability. We should be expanding tourism investment, not cutting it. To put it in terms of an agricultural analogy, this would be like the farmer who decides to stop irrigating his fields as a cost-cutting or as a business cost-cutting endeavor. I urge the board to reconsider the short-sighted decision before it's too late. Tourism has been the engine of growth in El Dorado County for decades. Let's not be the ones that turn that engine off. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers want to speak on open forum, please step up.
Hi, I'm Deidre Culbervig, and I'm coming here as just a taxpayer of El Dorado County. I moved here in 1976. And ever since I moved here, I've been volunteering. I've been volunteering at Camino School. I'm on the Apple Hill Board, the Christmas Tree Growers Board, Ag Water Quality Management Board, the Fair Board. And I come here just as a citizen. When the occupancy tax was first presented to us, many of you were not on the board then, but it was presented to the taxpayers of El Dorado County as a way to fund tourism for this county. And I know the way that the ordinance was written now, I know that because it was 50% vote to get it passed versus 3/4%. And so it could be put into general fund. But most of the voters weren't aware of that when we were voting for that. And I feel stabbed in the back. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not use occupancy tax to buy a helicopter for the sheriff's department? Am I wrong? So you spent over $1 million plus the maintenance, plus whatever a pilot is, extra out of our occupancy tax that was supposed to promote tourism. And I really feel stabbed in the back. I don't know why we need a helicopter. I don't know why we need to maintain it. I mean, it is a status symbol, but that money was supposed to be for tourism and promoting El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody else want to speak?
Hi, Mike Kobus. I'm a resident of Camino and a small business owner here in Placerville that serves all of El Dorado County, Sacramento and Placer counties. And my clients are residents and businesses. Businesses, many of the businesses that we service are up in the Apple Hill area. High Hill Ranch for one, it's a big one. Grandpa's Cellar, service that one. But another thing that we service, besides just those apple farms, are the people that work there. And these people that work there, they all have families. And so we end up going out to their family's house and we service. And I employ in this county 14 people right now, including myself. And all of my employees, they shop here locally in El Dorado County, in Placerville. They recreate. They go up to Tahoe. They spend their dollars here in the county. So I would behoove you guys to, change your mind on not supporting tourism, because tourism, El Dorado County is a tourist destination. We are, you go down to San Francisco, you talk to people, you go, oh, I live up in the Placerville area. Oh, is that the place with 3 stoplights? Yeah. Oh gosh, we go up there when we get our Christmas trees, and we go up there every September. We go up to Apple Hill, and then we stop at the Forester restaurant and we eat, or we go somewhere else into downtown Placerville and we shop. We spend money and create jobs. So this is a small investment to help El Dorado County, keep us growing, keep us moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else want to speak? Let's go to Zoom, please.
Seeing no additional public comments from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Nullivia, El Dorado Hills. Happy almost 5-year anniversary of the biggest planned scammed I think that America's seen in a long time. Some people like to call it COVID. I would like to get an update when it's appropriate on where we are with a health director. Are we still subcontracting to Sacramento County, which would be my least favorite choice? I'm sure the measles are coming soon, and I would prefer to have our own director. I'd like to know exactly where we're at in reaching out to get a replacement on that. That would be great. In terms of the conversation going on with funding, let's just remember now, again, we are in a stage in a budget crisis where we are having to determine things like tourism spending, advertisement, chambers, whatever we want to call it, and literally fire safety and sheriffs and essential services that are also being cut. So it makes it very unpopular, have to say, that all of us, I am a small business vendor. I belong to the chamber. In all honesty, I have never once gotten a job from the chamber. I've never had a call or an email from hey, that's where I found you. I pay $700 a year to belong to the Builders Exchange. I get a lot of business from them. But I still support the chamber, even though, it hasn't really connected with my business. But maybe that's what we need to press more. If we're talking about $1 billion industry of tourism, maybe those of us reaping the benefits of the merchants, the vendors, the people, we might have to pull together to say, what do we need to keep that kind of output? I've never even heard of the visitor center. I'm not going to lie. So I guess I've never been there. We frequent a lot of places and have friends who yearly come to Apple Hill and we ski and we hike and we love El Dorado County. So I just once again have to emphasize that until every penny can be accounted for the things that are essential, our potholes in our roads, safety, especially again, fire safety. I disagree a little on the helicopter. I find it to be an investment in a terrain where we have search and rescue. I just watched the recent Netflix where the helicopter was following OJ and the Bronco. And it was really helpful in being able to track where he was going. So, we're all going to have a difference of opinion. But again, until we've covered every essential public safety and just community upkeep, I just don't see how we have room for anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Tamara Johnston.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. My name is Tamara Johnston. I live in District 4 in Garden Valley, and I'm commenting on the elimination of the Visitors Authority funding for the fiscal year 25 budget. I own and operate a lodging business, Reverie Retreat, that generates TOT taxes. We are in the process of expanding so we can generate more TOT taxes. Which is a whole other story about how difficult that process has been in working with the county. But you'll get a letter on that separately. The Visitors Authority is a direct investment in generating more TOT taxes. We have received many direct bookings from the social media and email marketing that the Visitors Authority does. And we know this because we look at our website analytics to know where our bookings are coming from. The Visitors Authority marketing activities for El Dorado County greatly amplify what we are able to do on our own as a small business. So before eliminating the Visitors Authority funding, I suggest that you analyze the return on investment to see if it would actually save you any money. It could very well result in a net loss, but you don't know because you haven't analyzed the economic impact of this decision. So I would posit that making decisions in an information vacuum is not good government policy. You should know the impact of your decision before you make that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon. So I'd like to talk about the Film Commission. And to start off, I want to start with a quote. It's easy to be generous with other people's money. I also want to let you guys know that I personally believe the five of you, as well as Tiffany, you are Doge. You're our local Doge. You're supposed to be making sure that government and public funds are used efficiently. And so with that said, I have a question. As far as the El Dorado and Lake Tahoe Film and Media Office that does permitting for the films up here, right? How much money does the county actually get from out of those fees that are collected? I'm going to guess none, but I'd like to know exact number of over the last, let's say 5 years, how much money has the county benefited, taken in from those permit fees being collected? So it seems to me like we have nonprofits operating in the same areas of government agencies, which isn't an efficient way to run. We have an economic development department. So we don't have an office of tourism. That keeps getting mentioned. That is part of a nonprofit. So nonprofits aren't supposed to rely on government funding. And it sure sounds like all of these people talking today rely on the government to fund them. So most chambers are funded by sponsors, dues, consulting fees they might offer, marketing workshops, that kind of thing. It sounds like our chamber, who also has a political action committee and donates to political campaigns, as you guys know, sitting up there, some of you have received donations. It's not supposed to work that way. So I agree with Kelly that perhaps the members who benefit from marketing strategies should be the ones making sure that this entity, this non-governmental entity, is funded. So, I don't think we're operating in an $8 million deficit, and it's time to focus on essential county business and looking at where you guys have spent money previously and what the return of investment actually is. So I'm thinking that is all I wanted to talk about today. I also wanted to commend Supervisor Ferraro for speaking up today. You showed compassion for the woman whose life is being greatly impacted. And, I appreciate that. I appreciate Supervisor Lane speaking up on your behalf as well. I've never seen this happen where a supervisor in the 5 years I've followed along has wanted to pull an item and that doesn't happen. What's the problem with having a discussion, guys? That was an embarrassing thing. I have secondhand embarrassment for those of you who stopped the discussion. Also want to point out that Brian Veerkamp, your brother, does amazing things in the community, but we know he has.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hi, everybody. Just want to remind you, March 16th will be 1,814 days since Slow the Spread. And I've just been racking my brain to think of one thing I was wrong about. I don't think I was wrong about anything. And I'd like to remind everybody about July 12th, 2020, when our supervisor, Brian Veerkamp, made the motion to go after small businesses for not closing down for the fake COVID pandemic and so they could take millions of dollars. I think it was 17 million to start. You guys all got nice computers to sit at home. A lot of you are still sitting at home. We should see who actually has the coldest parking spot at the county right now. I could name a couple parking spots that seem to be pretty empty. I don't know why they can't go back to work, but that's another story. But as far as tourism, I don't know. Have you guys been up to Lake Tahoe? It is so crowded up there. How much more tourism do we need? Now, I did bring up the numbers from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, and I did show how small businesses have been decimated by the Chamber of Commerce. I don't think that we need to be supporting the Chamber of Commerce. I think it's an antiquated marketing scam. It's right up there with the BBB. Who pays for the Better Business Bureau? We could do a lot better by just hiring a 25-year-old to do internet marketing and Facebook and Google ads. So that's all I have to say, but let's not forget 1,814 days since Slow the Spread. It was a scam. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. And George, I'd like to compliment you. I think you are a great leader of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm happy to see you up there. You're awesome. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking comments from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. I'd like to discuss return on investment, or what we call ROI. It seems that return on investment is a standard that typically only comes when individuals or organizations want to get some money from local government, as we have in this TOT discussion. And the establishment of return on investment means that for every dollar that you expend, you get more than $1 back. And how high that number goes in multiples is critically important then in measuring one recipient versus another. In your past actions, in your past policies and procedures, return on investment then becomes an important measure of the possible success we may have in terms of establishing that that precedent, which obviously was changed a week or so ago by your action. The federal government has recently created DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. If you feel that the latest DOGE actions are creating government efficiency, then it only can come from the elimination of programs and employees. It seems now that local government has established somewhat of a question of effectiveness or efficiencies in the use of the distribution of their transit occupancy tax. I know I'm wrong and I'm exaggerating, but it seems like you have to look at something more than, in my mind, net county cost as you look at some of these organizations, some of these parties that want to be able to expand, in this case, tourism. I'm wondering whether there is a step back, let's relook at it, possibility in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking comments from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. My first point addresses the upcoming board good governance. When I checked, you were gracious enough in January to say maybe the first week of April. I had urged you to give direction to staff to include a workshop component with the public so there can be a bit more back and forth, both sides learning, public and supervisors, and also to ensure that there was a Zoom option. Sometimes these special workshop meetings don't have the Zoom option. So I'm just asking again that you clarify with staff about these ideas. In terms of the discussion with the transit occupancy tax, I applaud the fact that it is a direction you have given staff. You have not made the decision. And I also applaud that you did make a direction and a decision. This will be the last time where transit occupancy tax is pulled out. And I urge you to give direction to reconsider, as you're hearing from the public, why not do it as part of the general fund with property taxes, sale taxes, and the TOT, and looking at the program, because you're hearing the unintended consequences of making a direction based upon funding. And I look over the direction, your minutes say that you're adopting option one, excluding outside agencies. I'm assuming that means including. And I think it's important to respect, as was mentioned, the purpose historically of these taxes was about tourism. It was also about tourism impacts. And you have a tourism program, but you've been contracting it through your economic development division to all of these nonprofits, which I think is a very efficient way of doing things. And you need to look at how do you continue it, how do you adjust it, rather than just ending the funding. You also stated that when you allocated TOT $400,000 to maintain the sheriff's helicopter, that would be a one-time funding. So again, perhaps that's something that shouldn't be discretionary. I think it needs to come from a different source. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking comments from Mike O.
Hello, this is Mike Owen, and I'm speaking for the El Dorado Winery Association and also for Farm Trails. And it's dismaying, folks, to see the TOT dollars, which are generated by tourism, not being used to go back into the tourism support. It's dismaying to see that money go into the general fund. As I understand it, for a second helicopter. The county hired almost 70 people last year. A lot of those were for compliance. If the tourism goes down from a result of neglect or atrophy, those compliance folks won't be needed. This is a sacred cow. On the Visitors Authority is a sacred cow that should not be slaughtered. It's one of the few things where we do outreach outside the county, and they're partnered very closely with Farm Trails to produce the El Dorado Guide, which someone had showed you during the forum today. One of the most important things we can do is raise awareness and not become just a flyover county. Lake Tahoe will argue that they don't have enough visitors when the weather isn't so good. Folks in the center of the county will argue that because of lack of knowledge of people traveling, that they're only believe that there are trees in between Myers and Placerville. And there's actually an economic giant there generating over $1 billion of revenue. And likewise, the sales taxes associated with that. Tourism and occupancy tax was designed to be feeding back to the tourism industry. I suggest that we keep it there and continue to work towards a strong economic environment in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Now taking comments from Phyllis. Phyllis, can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry. Hi, my name is Phyllis McGee. We have McGee Christmas Tree Farm here in Placerville. I am also president of the Christmas Tree Growers Association. Just a couple quick comments. In terms of tourism and agro-tourism here in El Dorado County, I think one of the big things that is being missed is that most of us don't make a lot of money. I just had my taxes done this morning, and I'm going to be lucky to make it through the year. There are only 2 or 3 large farms up here that I think actually, make a lot of money, are able to buy other farms, etc. But the main thing I want to say is that for me, it's really about spreading the joy and energy of El Dorado County and keeping that energy there. And I think if the tourism board is going to be excluded from the budget, that we're really going to miss a lot of that, because I think Jody and many other people really try to explain that we're here to make people happy. And, what's going to happen when that message is gone? So that's really all that I want to say. And I hope you guys reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Now taking comments from Nicole Shebel.
Hi there. Thank you for listening for a minute, Board of Supervisors. I'm actually calling from neighboring county, Amador, and the Visit Amador group there brought me in as a contractor. I'm someone who actually resides in El Dorado County, and my kids go to school here. But being from Amador, I was brought back in to help them with their tourism department. I think it's important to note that any county that you're trying to represent, especially in these regions, needs to be represented by people from that county. When I try to promote the region or talk to other people within that region, local businesses and such, I can refer to things like upcountry, which a lot of outside marketing businesses wouldn't necessarily understand. I think that since I came on as a contractor, I really looked to El Dorado and Visit El Dorado and the way that things were being done and all the materials that were being put out and all the tourism that was brought in. including Gold Country Visitors Association, which Visit El Dorado has had a huge hand in. So they've brought not only influencers, but a lot of other important people to the region, with the exclusion of Tahoe. You know, they have their own marketing departments and things that they're doing. And so bringing people to these regions is crucial. You know, we'd hate to see a lot of important historical landmarks go away and not be attended to because we're losing tourism to those regions. So I just really like the board to reconsider the decision. And of course, we want to support our neighbors. So thank you.
Now taking comments from David Spar.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Dave Spar, District 1. I'd like you to rethink your decision from last week, cutting the funding to economic development seed and also to tourism. Tourism dollars are an investment, and they do have a return on investment. For every dollar you put into tourism, it returns $10 or more to the county. That's something that needs to continue, and during difficult budget times, needs to be accelerated and expressed more so we can generate more revenue and bring it back in. And I know we hired a lot of code enforcement for short-term rentals. We might want to rethink the short-term rentals for a period of 2 years and restore some of the revenue there while you sort that out a little bit better. And on economic development, for every dollar you county invests or a city invests in economic development, $5 to $10 or $5 to $8 is returned in the general fund in permanent funding from property tax, real property tax, and payroll taxes. So those are investment dollars. General fund items, I know public safety is important, but that's a general fund item. Match your sources and uses. I would ask you to return this item to staff, have staff match the sources and uses of their funding, and to show a return on investment. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, I want to thank you, everybody, for your comments and concerns today in front of us. So anyway, thank you. So let's move on to item number 16, Planning and Building Gateway El Dorado Pacific Plan pre-application.
Item number 16 is a hearing from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, referring the Pacific Realty LP pre-application El Dorado specific plan to the board for an initiation hearing and voluntary conceptual review, general plan amendment initiation hearing and voluntary conceptual review process. The property is located within the central portion of the existing El Dorado Hills Business Park in the El Dorado Hills area. Staff recommends that the board take the following actions. 1, receive and discuss the submitted conceptual review under pre-application Gateway El Dorado specific plan as to whether the proposed general plan amendment would further the overall goals and objectives of the Board of Supervisors as specified within Section 3 of the Board of Supervisors Policy J6, and 2, provide the applicant with initial feedback on the proposed project. Supervisor Turnbull, would you please open the public hearing?
Yeah, at this time, I would like to open up the public hearing. Thank you for being here, and please begin. Thanks, Bob.
Mr. Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I hope to just give some opening remarks. And then I'm joined by the Planning Division staff, Evan Mattis and Andy Flower, and of course, our Planning and Building Director, Karen Gardner. So after my opening remarks, Evan will provide an overview of the Gateway El Dorado specific plan project and the materials outlined in the Legistar item, followed by of course, the project proponent also being here to address the board and discuss the merits of the project from their perspective. First, I wanted to start by identifying a couple key concepts related to the discussion around the J6 Board of Supervisors adopted policy and the adoption of new specific plans. This may help to address some of the concerns of the public that staff has become aware of. We have received public comments on the Legistar, and there's also been lots of discussions out there in social media land and other places. So this Board of Supervisors Policy J6 is identified as the general plan initiation hearing and conceptual review. It was originally adopted in 2013 and was revised in 2020. As stated in the policy, the purpose includes ensuring the applicants are informed of potential concerns and risks associated with privately initiated general plan amendments which includes specific plans that would result in increasing allowable density of 50 or more units, dwelling units. And so that is a requirement that this initiation hearing be conducted for any specific plan where it is going to create an increased density of 50 units or more. Secondly, to assist the board in determining whether a proposed change to the general plan furthers the overall goals and objectives as outlined, as mentioned before in section 3C of that policy, which staff will discuss further in the presentation and has been included in the staff memo. To provide for early public knowledge and involvement in the general plan amendment initiation process. So again, to get this project out there so that the public's aware of it and so that they have opportunity to participate in a hearing like this. And then to specify the manner in which amendments to the El Dorado County General Plan, including specific plans sought by private parties, shall be initiated. And again, this is prior to a formal submittal to the planning department. So this is, again, a requirement that we conduct this hearing in advance of a formal submittal. So the general plan allows for the adoption of specific plans, which is a legal tool for detailed design and implementation of a defined area covered by the general plan and outlining the policies and development standards that will apply to that specific geographic area. So the general plan identifies these areas as adopted plan or AP. So within the general plan land use diagram, you'll see AP on those areas that are either an incorporated city or have a specific plan that has been approved within the general plan. And those are generally included by reference and must be considered to be and analyzed for consistency with the general plan and conformance with the general plan, focused on the resultant project and the proposed policy changes while considering the existing land use designation. So inherently, this is a proposed change. And so we're analyzing that change against the policies and the objectives of the general plan while considering what the plan has in stake or considered for that area now. Further, zoning ordinance section 13056, specific plans outlines the required contents, approval authority, required findings, contents of a specific plan, and in order to have that specific plan considered by the county. The approval authority for adopting a specific plan, once a formal application has been evaluated and required materials prepared, rests with the Board of Supervisors through recommendation from the Planning Commission. This includes further environmental review that has not been conducted for this project that you'll be hearing today at this time. So no formal project or no formal environmental review has been submitted to the county. This is a conceptual specific plan review. And so as stated before, one of the purposes of the J6 policy is to provide early public knowledge of the project. And this is the first county initiated opportunity for public feedback. However, as I understand it, the applicant has been doing extensive public outreach within the El Dorado Hills area and will continue to do so as the project progresses. This is in addition to any required public outreach identified within the zoning ordinance during the process of the formal project applications. So again, there's some requirements there in the zoning ordinance once a formal submittal has come across the table. And I would like to quickly acknowledge that in February 2021, the board conducted a previous J6 general plan amendment initiating hearing on this proposed site on a previous iteration of the project. And that today's discussion will be focused on the revised project from the project proponent that seeks to address some of the board's feedback from that previous discussion. And so with that, I will pass it on to Evan Mattis, unless you have any questions for me at this time.
Not at this time. Anybody else have any?
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob and supervisors. Evan Mattis, senior planner. So this project is located within the El Dorado Hills community region, specifically within the El Dorado portion of the El Dorado Hills Business Park. The project site, like the rest of the business park, has a current zoning designation of research and development and a general plan land use designation of research and development R&D. Typically, the R&D zoning designation is intended for industrial campus-like uses, so offices, limited commercial, and currently does not allow for residential uses within that zoning designation. As part of this potential project application, it is proposing a general plan amendment, a rezone, and a new specific plan. The new specific plan would be called Gateway El Dorado. And intent is to incorporate additional commercial uses within that portion of the business park, residential uses, and some mixed use development opportunities. Specifically, would allow for 13.15 acres of commercial property, 30.84 acres of research and development property, so that would remain the same. 5.82 acres of multifamily property, 14.75 acres of multifamily commercial flex mixed use property, 1.45 acres of parkland, and 22.6 acres of open space. So the multifamily commercial flex parcels, that use would be determined ultimately at project build out. So they're proposing that section to be open to be either commercial, multifamily, or a mix of the two. Depending upon how that commercial multifamily is developed, the project may generate between 140 and 495 dwelling units, up to 143,204 square feet of commercial buildings, and 470,187 square feet of research and development. As Rob mentioned previously, there was a prior J6 pre-application on this project site that was PA 20-0002, and that was heard by the board back in February 23rd, 2021. Very similar to this current iteration, it was also proposing a general plan amendment, a rezone, and a new specific plan. However, the proposal of that was a little different. It would have resulted in a potential build out of approximately 600 to 800 attached and detached residential dwelling units. The new proposal reduces the number of potential residential units and increases allowable commercial and R&D areas within the proposed project area. And I just wanted to touch upon what Rob had previously gone over a little bit, just that this is an initiation hearing. Just we're looking to provide additional feedback on this potential project. We do not have a formal application, and that no entitlements or approvals will result from consideration of this project. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, comments.
Board have any questions at this time? None yet? Okay. So I guess I call the applicant out. Yeah, you gotta turn your mic on, Scott.
Right there.
Yeah.
How
There you
about
go.
that? Can you hear
Okay.
me now?
Yeah.
I was just saying, I'm Scott Hodson for Pac Trust. Thank you, board and staff, for having us here today. I'll try and keep it very, very short.
Do we got a presentation we can put up? to
Yeah,
kinda-
actually,
Yeah.
I was going to ask if we could put up the staff's, the master site plan, which is, I believe, exhibit. I'm sorry.
You got that, Andy? You're gonna do it? Okay,
Got
Andy's
it?
got it.
Okay, good.
Try not to introduce any new material. If you can roll down a few, there'll be the master site plan. So, that one will do it. There's one that's more colorful. If we go down just a few more, excuse, there, that was it. We just went past it. There it is. Thank you very much. So a little bit of a history lesson is unfortunately necessary for me to start the conversation here. The business park and the supervisors over the last really 10 years, including some seated here, have worked together to sort of establish the potential revised visions for the business park and how the business park might be more vibrant. The conclusion of that process was that there were nodes within the business park that could be important sources of creating more vibrancy within the business park. And the 98 acres, if you call it, include the Tractor Supply parcel, let's call it 100 acres here, is sort of the middle node of the business park, which has about 800 acres, as most of us know, a portion of which was de-annexed in connection with the Wind Ridge application for conversion to residential. This property sits at the middle of the business park, so essentially at the southerly point of connection for Golden Foothill and Latrobe Road, immediately adjacent to the entrance to Blackstone, the Valley View specific plan area. Heritage sits immediately to the south west of the project, and a good chunk of the remainder of the business park is above and below us there. And then Four Seasons sits just beyond the western boundary of the business park. So in the visit to how we might create more vibrancy in the business park, the concept for this particular parcel was to create a hub in the business park that had mixed uses. And so really the application that is proposed to come before the board here is to modify, very simply modify some of the zonings on this 98 acres that are owned by Pac Trust to be able to create some alternative uses other than the uses that are simply set forth in the R&D zoning, which covers the entirety of the 800 acres in the business park currently. So, that sort of monolithic zoning has become somewhat antiquated in the development world. We've seen this park was really envisioned as sort of a tertiary business park where you would have millions of feet of office and other campus types of uses that all congregated in one place. And that the other retail zone lands and residential lands in the community would essentially be the rest of the recipe, if you will, for a successful business park. The way things have progressed here, the business park has not been very successful. It still is less than 50% built out to my estimation. And one of the reasons for that is the sort of antiquated approach to the business park. It doesn't really have good connectivity to the rest of the community. Originally, it was designed without sidewalks even to connect back to the existing community. And so bringing this down now more narrowly to our project, what we're proposing to do here is to create a little hub here. And in that hub, there would be a certain amount of land that was set aside for existing R&D uses that are under the existing zoning. There would be a portion of the land that would be set aside strictly for commercial types of uses. And then a portion of the land here would be identified as flexible zoning that could either be commercial or multifamily, 24 unit per acre, HDR, as I think we call that. And then about a little over a quarter of the site has already been set aside for open space. So if you were to look at the drawing there, the light green that is on the left side, which is the western edge, this drawing is oriented to the north. There's 24.5 acres that's already been set aside into a preserve area, and the maintenance of that preserve area has been endowed by Pac Trust in a prior land use application, and that portion of the site is managed by a third-party preserve manager. So while we funded the maintenance of it, we are not the operator of the preserve. It's a third party that we handed over the endowment to.
Yeah, I just want to stop there for
Yes,
a
sir.
minute there, Scott. Talk about the trees that are there, because you guys planted those way back when.
Well, some of them were in the existing water course that's there.
Right.
But if you this site really has 3 water courses that run across it, and I'll come right to the trees by explaining sort of the geography here. At the bottom of the site, you see kind of the light green. That is an existing remainder of a water course that was to a certain extent destroyed in the original destruction of the business park, but the waters from the business park still cross through that channel, which then feeds into Carson Creek. So at the bottom of that drawing, you see about half of the site is that first water course. The second water course in blue is an engineered ditch that takes the water off of the hill from Valley View, and it just essentially moves through that engineered ditch on into Carson Creek. And then at the very top of the drawing, and it's harder to see this one, you see the light green, and then you see a darker green, and then you see our proposed new road all up there. That's the third water course. And now to get to your question, Supervisor Turnbull, In roughly I'm going to say 2007, but time gets away from all of us. We planted, I want to say 500 oak trees. That sounds incredibly prolific, but the uptake rate for wild oak trees is, something between 2 and 3%. And then we proceeded through the drought to kind of keep watering and feeding those. And so if you come visit the property today, you will see that a significant portion, much more than that sort of 2.5% of those oak trees survived. And they're maybe 15 to 20 feet tall now. And really the goal there was to begin to create some greenery and shade for the water courses that were within the preserve area. But it's a nice thing. We're happy that those were taken up, and we're proud that they tend to be thriving there. So kind of bringing it back to what we're asking to do here, our ask is really pretty simple. We'd like to take, of the totality of what we have here, we'd like to take 6% of it in the lower left-hand corner. That's the mustard that we see there in color, and definitively rezone that to multifamily residential. That piece that's below the blue line, call that approximately 120 units at 24 units per acre could be produced at that site. Above that line, there's a little pie-shaped piece that's on the other side of the creek. We're proposing to have that be alternatively either research and development or multifamily. We have been visiting with a developer who has a vision of connecting those two pieces, and he's actually a developer who's done great work already here in El Dorado County. And then if we look at the kind of mustard colored pieces along the trobe, so this would be the middle right on this drawing, we're proposing to take an additional about 15.1% of the land area and zone that as also a flexible zoning. And so that would be from research and development to a flexible zoning that would be either community commercial or multifamily residential. And the idea there is to be able to have some flexibility to be able to respond to what the demand is. And the total build out of apartment units, because that's always the question, how many units could be built here? On the one would be about 120 on the mustard colored piece in the bottom left. And if every bit of that flexible were to be built out as apartments, about 490 units would be the maximum build out. Now, because this is mixed use, we proposed also to have certain portions of the land be definitively commercially zoned. And if you look at this drawing of the northern piece, we call this the arrow parcel or the arrowhead piece, that piece we've definitively proposed to be commercial. And then we already are producing commercial outcomes on the piece in the bottom right-hand corner. In 2015, the board generously helped the business park, who has the lion's share of the R&D zone land in the county, excuse me, and expanded the table of uses there. And so some additional commercial types of uses were approved in that expansion of the R&D zone table. And so Tractor Supply exists there under that expanded use. And we are currently building 2 of 3 planned buildings on that site that are also service related uses. Primarily, we're talking to food users who are desperately needed in the business park to be able to allow to have some food options that don't involve having to get all the way into town center, you purchase food or sit down for a meal and get back. Many of the employees of the business park simply don't have enough time to be able to execute that as a lunch strategy. And so these uses would also then in the evenings, mornings and lunches be available to the surrounding single family uses that already exist in this portion of the community, and create a destination to walk to. And so that takes me to kind of the circulation part of this. most of you, I think, know that our land there has been adopted by the community as to a certain degree, a place to go and walk and get out. Because the business park doesn't have sidewalks, it's kind of a tricky place to walk around, and we've not sort of made it difficult for folks to be able to use the land to get out and walk around it. This plan essentially provides for, first of all, sidewalks along the existing new roadway that we would produce here. And this would be a private piece of road produced at the developer's expense. There'd be a new stoplight produced at the developer's expense. That would be a public stoplight, most likely. The county and DOT has reserved, I think, the right in their discussions to potentially take this in as a public road. But to this point, the conversation has been that the new piece of road here would be a privately constructed, privately operated roadway, privately maintained. In addition to the introduction of those sidewalks, we're also proposing to introduce a multi-purpose trail or pathway, better way to say it. It's about an 11-foot pathway that articulates all the way up through the center of this site. So looking at this drawing, that would be the area that is, it would be bound by the area that's set forth in gray and the red and the mustard color on the along Latrobe Road there. We would come all the way up along there and reconnect to Latrobe Road at the proposed new stoplight. This would actually supplement the existing network of bike paths that are in the area. There's already a class 1 that runs along Latrobe Road. There's also a class 1 that comes up to the essentially bottom southwestern corner of this site to that was produced as part of the Heritage Project. And so I want to try and wrap it up here. Essentially, producing these improvements is very expensive, and creating some momentum for marketing all of this requires that the probable lease up of this land be swifter than what has been seen historically in the business park. And we believe that the products that we're proposing to produce here are work well together, and that they would essentially create an opportunity for this piece of land and then hopefully the other pieces that are adjacent to it in the business park to pick up the pace, if you will, on absorbing and attracting new businesses. And we already have some interesting customers that we're talking to in connection to the first buildings that we've built. It's interesting, most of them are already in El Dorado County. I didn't expect that to be the storyline, but there's surprisingly a bunch of existing businesses that are looking for expansion space, and they have taken up the bulk of our early conversations on our new buildings that are already built. This is a discretionary approval process, and so we're at the most nascent stage of that process. Essentially, we've brought in a pre-application. We've sort of called out what it is our vision is and what the ask would be in connection with that. And from here, we sort of start the journey. And the journey here with a discretionary approval includes all sorts of CEQA reviews, all sorts of public hearings, all sorts of outreach from us to the community, and all sorts of opportunities for county staff and county leadership to deliver yeses and nos as are appropriate. And so I think I'll probably wind it up there. We think what we're trying to propose here is a great addition to Southern El Dorado Hills. We think that there are some of these elements are missing. For sure, the retail food is missing. For sure, there is a very limited supply of multifamily housing broadly in El Dorado Hills. I think our take and the business park's take on this has been that housing is a relatively hot subject when we bring it up, but I think the business park impact trust perspective is, for those who would say not in my backyard, we're saying we would propose to put this in our backyard and to connect it to what's going on in the business park, and that we think will be accretive for our investment in our lands, but also good for the business park broadly, and also, we believe, good for the community at large to be able to create a broader housing stock. So perhaps I'll end there and answer questions. Thank you for letting me go on.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Any questions from the board? Not at this time? Anybody? I'll wait. Wait. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait. All right, so we're just opening up the public comment.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name's George Steed. I'm a resident of Heritage and board member of the HOA. Heritage community is immediately adjacent to the Gateway El Dorado Hills, El Dorado project. And you've heard us up here before, you've heard me before, but let me just make a couple of quick historical points for the sake of the new supervisors. The applicant submitted a request in 2022 to divide 4 parcels into 2 open space and 14 R&D parcels for the stated purpose of up to 1.1 million square feet of industrial wholesale buildings. We objected to that. Industrial wholesale buildings are not included in the El Dorado County planning codes. The review and approval of this proposal by a zoning administrator as a minor land division under Title 120, Section 2 or Subpart 2 was improper. That should have been by the Planning Commission as a major land division under Subpart 1. Road alignment changes from the approved subdivision map were improperly allowed as part of that minor land division. We remain concerned that industrial wholesale distribution facilities exploits ambiguities in the county codes identified during the Project Frontier fiasco. The 2023, the planning director attempted to clarify that ambiguity, but that determination has not been codified yet. Industrial wholesale distribution buildings, logistics facilities, wholesale warehouses, whatever the terms are, bring high costs to the communities with impacts to lifestyles and infrastructure and result in little economic value. I, with many heritage neighbors, tentatively believe this proposal to create a specific plan has merit over some of these alternatives. The neighboring communities could benefit from convenience stores, grocery stores, restaurants, coffee shops, and reasonably priced housing could allow younger generations to live near area families. We still have concerns, particularly the 6 warehouses located in the middle amongst the commercial and residential. We asked the applicant.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Time's up. I appreciate it, though. Anybody else would like to speak on this? Step up, come on up.
Sue Taylor probably being here longer and asked Jack Sweeney way back when to facilitate this. It's kind of morphed into something completely different than what we intended. It was intended to let the developer be aware of the issues that he was going to have to hurdle over. And so it's always left to me to kind of list those out because I don't, it's not apparently being done by the county, which is basically to let them decide, do I really want to go through this and spend all the money? maybe millions of dollars before they come back here. And then it leaves it to you after they've spent all that money to say yes or no, which isn't fair to anybody. So I want to say the project's not consistent with the general plan because it's amending the plan. I know, over 40, 50 years of battling the entire general plan, the zoning, the general plan, the use of things. Most people that are now here don't seem to have that history anymore. A lot of these people that have created this plan are dying, which is really sad because it was all a balance. And even when we were fighting over the overhauling of the general plan, it was always promised that it was found that we lack in jobs. We have plenty of housing. Housing is everywhere, but we don't have the jobs. And if we destroy this area that was designated for high paying jobs, what are we left with? Retail and housing that you have to get more money for services? Retail is not going to cover it. If you take away this area, which was supposed to be a small campus type, I drove through there when we went through this last time. I was really surprised how nice it felt. I was sad when those left being cattle ranches, but the way that this was litigated over, it turned out to be pretty nice to have these rolling hills and these little, companies that are in there. And I don't understand why it's having a hard time not filling up, actually, because where my sister lives in Utah, around their airport, these things are going hot potatoes. They're building them everywhere. But anyway, I want to say this is not consistent. You don't have the road capacity. You're already we found out they were at level of service F years ago, and since then they've added more projects. You cannot legally do an infrastructure financing plan, which is listed on here, without a vote of the public. The R&D was created so that business comes in while residents are going out, and then vice versa. That helps your traffic flow. And then with that, you have dark skies at night, was supposed to be in the center of that. I was shocked to see Tractor Supply put in that. It just changed the whole ambiance of the plan of what that was envisioned. And then, and unfortunately, the people have been terrified over Amazon.
Appreciate it. No, thank you.
Yeah, that you let the other person finish their sentence.
I did not. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Debbie Manning, President and CEO of the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. We have two housing types in El Dorado Hills. We have 55 plus and we have executive housing. The problem with also creating jobs and creating employers, we do not have housing for the employees. We believe that PAC Trust is bringing a solution to our island, once known as our business park, to make it very much part of the El Dorado Hills community. We also know that the apartments will, I believe Shiva Frenson, when she was supervisor, she always had the question, what comes first, the housing, the apartments, or the people? We know the people are in the business park and they can't afford housing in El Dorado Hills. So what if maybe the apartments that are proposed for the business park actually will afford the luxury of the people working in the business park to live in El Dorado Hills? Would that not reduce traffic? Something to think about. PAC Trust has been listening and having community meetings for the last 15 years. It is really time, in our opinion, that we say go for it. It is time that this county build. It is time that we generate revenue instead of every corner we turn, we seem to be stopping it. So we do support the plan that PAC Trust has brought forward, and I hope you guys will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Thanks, Debbie. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Laurel Blimp, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to make this real brief because I'm just going to say ditto. The El Dorado County Chamber completely agrees. It's time. We have a budget issue. We aren't going to solve the budget issue unless we grow. And if we aren't growing, we're dying. And if we're dying, we're eliminating services, we're eliminating schools will continue to, enrollment will continue to decline. Our county will continue to suffer instead of thrive. At this point, we're barely surviving with it, but we need to thrive. And the way we're going to be able to do that is to actually say yes, to actually find a path to yes, and make a project come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you all. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Let's go to Zoom.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants, taking comments from iPhone.
Yes, hi, I switched to my cell phone. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills resident. I would like to disclose that my comments today actually reflect numerous people. Often when it comes to commenting publicly on sensitive things, people are hesitant, are afraid. They don't want to make people mad, and I guess they figure I don't care. I want to clarify one thing in regards to this project, and I think it's really important. On April 22nd, a public post was made by Chuck King representing the citizens for El Dorado Hills, and a large meeting with all the players, most of you all there, some other, I'm not going to read everybody there. I think it's important to know that this organization does not exist. It is run by 3 people. It was pretty much disbanded after Amazon. There has been no public meeting. There is no membership meeting. There is no transparency with these quote unquote members that are being apparently represented by this organization. That again was at best a association that was created to combat the Frontier/Amazon project. And yet, in this public post, it is very clear that this organization is meeting with most of the players, the developer representing a voice that does not exist. So I would really like in the future to make sure that when somebody is calling and saying they represent an organization, there's actually a legitimate organization they represent. Secondly, I agree with Debbie Manning on housing. My question is, if anybody's looked at recent tables on affordability matrix, currently with the average rents in El Dorado Hills apartments, you have to make $125,000 a year to meet that recommended matrix of your rent being 35% to nowadays probably 40% of your income. So I would be questioning, are we going to have any assurances that the rents of these places are actually affording people when we talk about jobs, if we're talking about people making $35 or less an hour, and rents are going to be, $2,700 a month, it's not going to cut it. So I would like a little bit more understanding on the market that they're gearing towards in terms of these affordable employee housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking comments from Richard Perrin.
Yeah, my name is Richard Perrin. I'm a resident in District 2. I would like to say that basically everybody's continually trying to change the zoning of what was put in place. They're trying to jam everything into this small little corner of our community. We all understand that we need to have more income coming in and we need to have things for people to shop and things to go. But the way things have been misled and misdone, the 2 warehouses that are currently behind the Tractor Supply are a complete eyesore to the entire Blackstone community. They're painted a bright white that's super shiny and reflective. There's been no trees planted around them, and all of that was snuck through while everybody was fighting the Amazon program. So we're going to continue to do this. We don't have roads that can handle it. If you can't board to live here. I didn't move into El Dorado Hills as my first home. I started off, I had to go to Elk Grove first, and I went to Roseville, and I worked my way over. You don't deserve to just live somewhere because that's where you want to live. You sometimes have to make sacrifices. We have a ton of land up the freeway from us, going up into Cameron Park, Placerville, that needs to be developed, and these kind of projects need to do it. We need to continue on with the light industrial, no warehousing in that area. It needs to be what it was meant to be and continue on. We don't need to end up having mismatch a little bit of housing here, jam some apartments in. We're going to put a Starbucks that, nobody will say it's a Starbucks, but it's obvious what's going in on the corner by Tractor Supply. And my concern is that's going to be a retail space that struggles because yes, the people in the retail area need it. A few people in Blackstone are going to use it, but it's not going to draw people from the other side of the freeway where we have some impact anyway. And we need to quit trying to put everything that we're doing in this community in this little piece of property right next to the Folsom El Dorado Hills border. Thank you for your time.
Now taking comments from Cord Wagner.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. I wanted to add on a concern I have as a resident of Heritage, just down the road from the Carson Crossing, that each day during the school year, parents line up from Golden Foothills all the way down Robert Matthews to the John Adams Academy. And that stoplight at Latrobe in Carson Crossing is always backed up. So my greatest concern here is the traffic and the inability for people to be able to get in and out of that stoplight. You add distribution and warehousing with big trucks, and you add more cars and more people, it's going to be really bad for those of us that already live in here or work in here. So I think one of the most important things you can do is ensure that you look at the traffic study or conduct another or new traffic study to ensure that the roads there can handle whatever it is that's being proposed. Thank you.
Now taking comments from Linda Campbell.
Hi everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So a few things as this continues kind of forward with the planning and stuff like that. I know the lighting has been brought up. Definitely want to keep in account the benefits of low lighting that we like to have throughout our county, particularly for those in Blackstone and the communities that are surrounding it. I think one of my concerns as a specific plan, does that mean that there's not going to be issues identified or factored or considered as to impacts to the rest of the county outside of that? Definitely, the last caller just brought up Latrobe Road. That is probably one of the biggest concerns. Are we going to have traffic studies and reviews, particular of that? And then how are we going to have the roadway capacity available before some of this building starts? So other things, of course, water to be analyzed and things like that. I would say in regards to the housing part of it, keep in mind that there's no prices in these because it's all speculation. It is totally a valid point to be able to say, okay, if you get down to the time of building, what are you really going to build? And unless they commit to a particular thing, a particular size that is supplemented, it could be luxury housing, which to some of the points made, then it's almost like the town center apartments, not near really workforce housing. So I would say for supervisors and those in decision making, keep in mind that terms about affordable are being thrown around and workforce, but you won't see on this plan or in the future plan exactly the range of cost for the apartments or the houses even once they're built. So just some things to keep in mind, and I look forward to seeing how it moves forward. Thank you.
Now taking comments from Kim Beal.
Hi, Kim Beal.
property owner and resident of Cameron Park since 1966. I agree with what a lot of people think and feel that it's important to try to maintain the integrity of our 2004 general plan. However, when 20 years later, there is a need for more housing and the business park has not been successful at being more than 50% built out, I think it shows a great need to readjust some of the land use designations in El Dorado Hills and, quite frankly, other parts of our county. We need so much more housing for the very low and moderate income earners, and we just don't have enough at all. And if somebody is trying to figure out how to bring that product to the county, I think we need to take a serious look at what they plan and whether it can be followed through with. I am thus, and this is a personal comment, not through my job, I believe that you ought to seriously consider looking at this project and allowing it to move forward. Thank you.
Now taking comments from David Spar.
Hello, Chairman, members of the board, Dave Spar, District 1. I think this project has some merits to it. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm concerned about the R&D zone. R&D zone is, the way it's written, is just too broad. It shouldn't allow distribution and warehouse in it. And once we lose business park, then we start losing a place where we can create and locate jobs. And we start eroding the job housing balance of the general plan. So this would affect the entire general plan. A specific plan is used often to rezone and do a general plan amendment for a specific area, but I would rather see the general plan held accountable and the specific plan better define the business uses in the business park, less residential in there, and more job serving. We're definitely, El Dorado Hills is a commuter bedroom community to Sacramento, but with adding over 3,000 homes to Marble Valley and Marble Valley not providing a job center, Serrano doesn't really provide much of a job center, we will lose this business park as a job center to help us with our job housing balance. And the applicant hasn't calculated the job housing balance or recalculated it for the general plan for El Dorado Hills and specifically for the south side of Highway 50. So I would like to see a little bit more review and analysis in this project. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back. I'm going to call Raphael up and address some of the traffic issues that's going on down there. Thank you, Raphael. I appreciate it. I know you don't want to, but anyway, can you address some of the questions and stuff that was brought up?
Of course. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Raphael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. This is the preliminary stages of any project that is proposing to bring some kind of amendment or change to the general plan or a specific plan. And so it is the opportunity for the board as well as staff to enlighten them, give them some insight, some vision as to what the hurdles, the conflicts, the potential pitfalls could be with any given project. And so they very early on reached out to the Department of Transportation and started engaging with us as to what were some of the key issues, some of the circulation, what the traffic analysis would look like. And that will get very thoroughly vetted and analyzed when the environmental document gets introduced. And we get to look at the traffic analysis that they bring forward. Now, some of the options that they have presented, such as the privately owned and maintained road, the additional signal on Latrobe and Carson Crossing, the intersection at Carson Crossing and Golden Foothill. All of those would be added circulation benefits to what we have right now. Also, currently, the model that we are maintaining and or presenting to you on any given 5-year or yearly basis is accounting for approximately 14,000 additional trips into this area. So anything that they would be bringing forth, I don't see it being anywhere near 14,000 trips. It doesn't mean that they can just build the maximum amount of density possible and fill that void. It has to be done accordingly, appropriately with not only LOS, level of service standards, but also VMT standards per the new CEQA requirements. And we will be looking at all of that as well as pedestrian, bicycle, as well, along with the vehicular trips that they will be introducing. As well as we are currently working with Heritage and John Adams on some of the existing issues that are present in the area. And those we hope to address with future either CIP projects that we will be presenting to the board later on this year, and potential other projects that hope to come in to the county and look to work with the community and existing usages to address those existing problems. This one, being that it is north of Golden Foothill, would be more centrally allocating its trips north of Golden Foothill and not south of Golden Foothill, where currently the John Adams issues are. But nonetheless, we want to make sure that they are going to be not only adequately adapting their traffic to the existing, but that it would be an improvement to the existing circulation. So all of that would be well vetted once this project does submit an application, and that my staff is able to look at it, analyze it, along with planning, to make sure that it would be a benefit, a use, and not a detriment to the traffic aspect of circulation. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and you want to talk about the heavy trucks on Carson Crossing?
Yes. One of the issues that the residents of Heritage have mentioned over the course of the last year has been that there is truck traffic on Carson Crossing that is attempting to avoid the Latrobe White Rock intersection, and that they are using Carson Crossing as a cut through. A lot of that was due to some of the construction that was going on in the area. And so we wanted to work with the projects as well as the contractors that were doing some of that work. Now that that work is coming to an end, we are going to be implementing two aspects, and we're going to be bringing it up at the next Traffic Advisory Committee. And that is the speed limit on Carson Crossing, bring it to what is a more reasonable residential collector local road. Right now, it's a designated prima facie, which means as long as they're going less than 55, they're within the speed limit. But once we do a traffic analysis and traffic survey, that speed limit should be going down. Also, the fact that there's a park there, there's a senior community there, we feel that it is clearly justified that speed should be going down. Furthermore, any truck traffic that is in the area should be site specific. Therefore, it should not be cutting or trying to find bisectors or cut throughs through a residential area in order to avoid traffic on a major thoroughfare. So we are going to be restricting truck traffic on Carson Crossing in between Golden Foothill up to White Rock in that area so that they appropriately use the truck route that is within the general zone. And we're going to be working with CHP and Sheriff to make sure that that is appropriately maintained. So.
And then also you want to explain that ride that you and I had is trying to relieve the traffic, especially John Adams Academy, the one little section of road that we want to do on with the wind property.
So
You want to talk about that a little bit?
well,
you can just talk.
I do and I don't because of the fact that it's a project that is not currently in our general plan, and it's not. But I do want to just mention the fact that we are always looking to work with existing stakeholders in the area to see how we can mitigate their traffic issues. Schools are one of them because they have very odd peak hours, different than when we measure our peak hours. And so then they don't work in the same venue in terms of level of service in the state of California. So we will be working with them if with any future project, as well as if any other future developer and or applicant comes in the area, to make sure that they are good stakeholders and helping to assist with addressing any issues that we might have in the area. So yes,
we're looking at to relieve the traffic congestion, especially there.
Due to John Adams, yes.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Thank you, Raphael.
Okay,
Appreciate
great.
it.
Thank you very much.
I'll bring it back to, I guess, anybody else want to speak on anything else? All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing.
Wait, what? There is so much here.
Okay, then bring it back
Seriously.
to the board. Oh, you want to,
Yeah.
you want to have?
There's a lot.
Okay.
A lot here.
All right.
And we're supposed to give input and feedback so the applicant knows what he might be up against and when he really brings an application. So I think that if we don't do that, we're not helping. So better raise concerns now. And there was a lot of comments. I had a lot of the same concerns written down on my agenda before comments were made. But I was looking at the staff memo attachment B, and it was talking about back in 2016, the business park has been an issue for a long time. And they were talking about a revisioning effort. Looks like that was never pursued or finalized very well because we still have the R&D there. It's a shame that, we're not looking at this revision. Do you guys know if it was ever done? Here comes Karen, yay.
Good afternoon, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. To my knowledge, that has not been done. However, there has been a recent discussion and effort actually headed by GSAC to relook at the business park and try and find some ways to breathe new life into it and see if there might be some things we can do as a county, including looking at uses and things like that to make it more viable product than what it seems to be today. And we actually had some really good feedback from folks that are in the business park itself. We do have a report now from GSEC about that. So that is probably something that's going to show up in our economic development strategy as something we're going to pursue.
Okay, and that kind of leads to my concern about doing, I'm very consistent, so not saying anything different, but doing one-offs, and doing general plan changes here and there. Pretty soon you just have this hodgepodge, and thinking of the business park as a whole, when you read documents from the past about what was envisioned, that it was going to be an economic engine, and yet along the way we've allowed housing to start, hodgepodging at it. And I see the Go Biz letters looking for large places to do businesses, and it just feels like we keep chunking away at it and maybe not thinking about it long-term as a vision. So I'm really concerned about that. Also in the attachment B in the J6 policy, that's what we're supposed to be doing today, which J6s are never fun. We not like them, I don't think, ever. But it talks about the proposed amendment provides additional public benefit to the community, public benefit to the community as compared to the existing land use designations, density range. So we're supposed to say, be looking at this, like, here's what it currently is designated as a land use versus what's being proposed. Is there a benefit to changing it? And, it's really not clear because some of this is talking about flex. And I went, well, flex isn't clear what it's going to be. That's problematic because then, if you're going to do, I'm guessing we have to do an EIR. So how do you EIR on a flex? Because usually you need a project description. So that's a little bit concerning. There's increases employment opportunities. That's A. B is about affordable housing. And I wasn't clear on the proposed housing in this. Is it actually going to be affordable or workforce? Or because I think I've heard that what went into town center, those apartments are not affordable. So that's, concerning. Sales tax is not clear because warehouses, I'm not sure how that would work. Definitely doesn't do ag or anything like that. And then somebody mentioned VMTs. I think staff did, and I went, oh gosh, right, VMT now is a part of our puzzle. And so when one of the other projects, I can't remember which one it was proposed a few years back. I mean, I know I specifically asked if you're talking about making this a community, perhaps walkable, where's the grocery store? So with all these houses and things that are going in there, that needs to be a piece of the puzzle. If you're going to call something walkable, you got to walk to a grocery store. And now we have the VMT. Also, infrastructure. We get so many complaints about Latrobe, White Rock Road. White Rock Road, when that Costco opens, these folks are going to be going to Costco. Who's paying to fix that? We've been asking for White Rock Road to be expanded for years, ever since I got on the board, probably before. So I feel like we're not looking at this holistically, and we're not supposed to negatively impact the existing residents when we do projects like this. So I don't know. And then water was mentioned, which is interesting because if we're switching it from R&D to, let's say, housing, which one uses more water? I don't know. I'm guessing housing, but and with our water supply being so fun, nobody likes to be told to restrict their water use, and yet here we are, perhaps putting in more houses. That's a huge concern too. So I'm just laying out the things that I thought of in my little list. I'm hoping the board members will express if they have other concerns, because that's what we're supposed to do here today, is really express our concerns so the applicant knows what he has to deal with.
I just, one quick comment is, I think a lot of what you brought up will be addressed in the environmental review. And that is one thing that I want to point out, and make clear that today, right now, as you know, it is zoned for R&D, allows R&D uses. And those are by right, as so long as they meet our zoning code, meaning they can come in, go to the building permit with their plans, get issued a building permit, and start construction. So I know one of the folks that called in was concerned about the buildings that were built there, and some people feel like that was done behind closed doors. No, it was done according to our rules and regulations. So with that approval of years ago as R&D, there was an environmental document done at that time. It assumed a certain amount of traffic, and Raphael kind of alluded to that. It assumed a certain amount of water. It assumed all these things. So when if this project were to go forward and they have to prepare new environmental documents, it'll look at exactly those differences. Is this going to require more water or less water? If it's more, how do we get that? Is it going to generate more traffic or less traffic than what was assumed? If more, how do we address that? So those very questions and answers will come out through the process.
And reading this document too, the staff memo, it said that the R&D uses were expanded, I guess, in the TGPA ZOU or whatever. So there's more things that can be done in R&D than there used to be prior to that update. So wanna
And
let everybody
also
know that.
want to mention something you commented on. We did actually ask John DeVille to take a look and give us some information on things like property tax and sales tax and the potential. We do have that information. We just didn't have a chance. It came in after the staff report was done. But moving forward on projects like that, you'll probably see that kind of information from us to give you some sense of, what would it have been, or, as if it's just vacant land, what is the potential for development for these types of uses that are being proposed. And it gives you, that sense of what's the difference between the commercial, between the industrial, and between the residential. Now, of course, they all have pluses and minuses. So, your value on industrial might be a little lower than commercial, but you're getting potentially more jobs and higher paying jobs in the industrial than the commercial. To your point, we need that grocery store there to be a walkable community. So that provides a benefit. So, but we'll definitely take a look at those things, and we'll make sure and include that information as we go forward with this project.
Thank you, Karen.
Can I just dovetail on that for a second?
ahead.
Do you mind? While we have Ms. Gardner here, that also is where I feel like our economic development department needs to also do an analysis. And I feel like we probably could have used their participation a lot more. So now that I'm kind of aware of it, I would like to see it going forward. Help us with some of those markers and identifying some of those benefits and some of the offsetted costs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard that before, and this was actually our economic development folks that scrambled to try and get this information, and happy to send it out to you, and post it on our projects in your area as well, so folks can take a look at that information.
Any other questions?
Just a question for staff, and I have some comments. It doesn't sound like there has been an analysis on the job housing balance. Would there be, because it seems like we do keep chipping away at the business park and losing commercial properties. So just at what point do we say, hey, we have too much housing versus commercial? Or
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know when we did the last update for general plan, our annual report, and then our 5-year report as well, we are well behind where we thought we would be in terms of the number of jobs. I think with this project, what is being proposed, again, as was mentioned, it's been very, very slow build out of the business park. And one of the thoughts is that if you have a mix of uses, you build that walkable community, and you are going to attract more businesses that you might not have otherwise have been able to attract. And I'll go back to the meeting that we did have that GSEC hosted about the business park specifically. And that is one of the things that the folks that actually have businesses in the business park said is, we said, well, is it a problem to have the daycare in there or the school in there? And they said, well, yes and no. They said, we actually appreciate if I'm working there to be able to drop off my child close by, or, be that close to them if they're in school. We just have to be thoughtful about exactly where it is within the business park, and make sure there is, enough separation, and that there's some thoughtfulness to where these uses go. But they all thought it was great that if they could live there, work there, get lunch there without having to drive down, the road, that would be ideal.
all right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I have mixed feelings, because I think, if we can go back 30 years and, and reconsider building homes intermingling with the business park, I would like to think that we would probably continue, focus on just having a business park, because we have some pretty significant developments that are surrounding the business park now, and it's causing problems. I mean, and I'll just point out that this concept that's being brought up today as a result of the complaints from the surrounding community for the R&D buildings that are currently being built. And I was at a meeting with Scott and George, and there were some community members representing, I won't say representing the homeowners association, but there was members of the community that lived in Heritage, Blackstone, and Four Seasons. And Scott asked, what would you want along the perimeter of our R&D building? And this is what was brought up. And whether this gets approved or not, I want to commend Scott for answering, for accommodating the people that were in that group. Traffic really needs to be looked at, especially on Latrobe, especially between White Rock and the freeway. There's not a lot of room to expand. And so that's a huge concern of mine. I've told Scott, but instead of apartments, personally, I would rather see condos and townhomes. I get complaints from people all the time in District 1 that my kids can't afford to move back here. And I appreciate what Rick Perrin said, that, my first house wasn't in El Dorado Hills. We have to move up and kind of earn our way to more expensive areas. But it would be nice to have some entry-level homes, condos, townhouses, as opposed to apartments. And then I'd like to see more of a focus on the commercial, the retail along Latrobe Road. Those would be my desires if this project gets approved. But more, grocery store, more commercial along Latrobe, as opposed to building more housing.
Any other questions? Board, Brian, you got any?
Yes. So a little bit of experience in El Dorado Hills, 17 years as deputy fire chief and fire chief, as well as prior membership on this board. And Lori, you alluded to it, 2016. We did a study at the, can't think of the word, but anyway, in cooperation with the business park owners, because in the 30 years, it was not fulfilling what they intended it to fulfill. We could desire and build the best mousetrap or think we're building the best mousetrap in the world. But if the market doesn't support it, we end up with a business park, as we have now, that is maybe half full. So I think we got to be at least adaptable. And El Dorado County is very slow to adapt. We live by our general plan, and I get it is an important thing, but it's still a general plan. And over time, you have to adapt and you have to amend and you have to go with some market-driven things, or we will not develop anything. So I don't think this plan's too far off. I like Supervisor Furrow's idea of townhomes or something as well. But again, you've got a fairly small area here and you're trying to maximize it to the best benefit. Apartments are apartments, but I think in El Dorado Hills, they'll be probably a little bit more upscale than anywhere else. I worry too then about the cost of the apartments, but hopefully the wage of the local workers there will support it. And I think we're going down the right path here. A lot of the other things will be done through the EIR process, but as a direction, this is exactly what we talked about in 2016. Maybe the plan's not in concrete, but this was to help with success in El Dorado County and in the west end of the county, which is the area for most of this type of development. So I support where we're at. I think maybe there could be a tweak or two. Maybe, again, it's up to the developer on what pencils and what doesn't, because they too have to make their projects work. But I think we're going down the right road here, and this is something that's needed.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your comments. I just want to say, I don't know if any of the other board members looked at this right here. Have you looked at that? So it addresses a lot of the concerns that are right here in this draft. Pacific Plan, Gateway El Dorado. And this is numerous meetings that we had, especially trying to get this thing addressed, especially with the residents in the current area. And this is some of the things that they came up and their concerns. So this is why Scott is bringing us back with this plan to address the problems and the concerns that they have. And workforce housing is a big thing. We talk about it, talk about it all the time. And this is a great area for workforce housing, especially our business park. People that can work in the business park could live there too, and not have to drive from Folsom or up here or down there. So it addresses the problem, plus being affordable for a lot of our kids. I mean, there is no housing for our kids at all, period. And we need to address it. And this is some of the things that we need to address for the future of El Dorado County. Now, I can go on and on and on, because all that area down, that area right there where they're building that used to be my family ranches, all through that area. And I know there's concerns by a lot of people, but darn it, we got to, this is a great thing that he's trying to bring, because people won't have to go all the way to the other side of the freeway to get groceries if we build a grocery store here. It's an inconvenience for the people who live at Heritage and in Blackstone and in Four Seasons. They don't want to go, that intersection is terrible. I'll tell you that right now. And that needed to be addressed a long time ago, but that's just beside the point. But I think this is a great idea that he's approached with. And at least he's addressing the concerns of the residents that live in that area. So anyway. Okay. Anything else? No more comments? Okay.
No, I think we should probably point out that by right, he can build a bunch of R&D buildings that he currently is, that originated this, the complaints for this point. Right. So I think this is a better option aesthetically, and if we can provide more services and homes to our current community.
County Council, does the board's comments count for the initial feedback on the proposed project? That's what the J6 is for, right? So
correct. Yeah, I don't think it was contemplated that you would be taking some affirmative action by a majority of the board to provide that feedback. Obviously, at this stage of the project development, a lot of the details aren't yet fleshed out, and thus your comments and concerns can evolve. So I don't think it's envisioned that you take any more action than what was taken today.
All right, so we don't have to.
Correct.
All right. So I guess I'll close the public hearing. All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, George. See you, Raphael. Have a good day, Laura. Thank you, Laura. All right, we're back. So I guess we'll do board member updates now. Does anybody have anything?
did you guys know that daylight savings starts this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah. Ew.
I know. I just got to get up an hour more for church. That's all.
Yeah.
It's light at night. That's a good thing.
Voted to get rid of the darn thing. What the heck? Anyway.
It's not your decision.
No, the voters voted to get rid of it in California, remember?
Oh, that's right. They did.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
remember? Because every time it comes out every year,
I forgot about that. That is
People
pretty funny.
look at me and go, didn't we vote to get rid of that? And I go, well, we did in California, but the legislators didn't do it. So whatever. I'm just going to go really quick is, last week I was in DC. Thank you for letting me zoom in for the sign ordinance conversation. That was really good. And special shout out to County Council for helping me figure that out at the very last minute, because I did not know that I was going to have time to do that. So, but other than that, the DC trip was really productive, talking about water and forest management and wildfires, all those important things to our state. That's it.
Just remind everybody that the third day of the CIF High School Ski Championships are tomorrow. Today was boarding. Yesterday was giant slalom and slalom. I think everything went well. The snow gods helped us tremendously, and conditions are great. I think they're going to get even better in the next week and a half. the way things look. But anyway, so that's going on. Hopefully El Dorado pulls through with a 4-peat. I've attended on the 26th, the El Dorado County Emergency Services JPA meeting. That's our ambulance service. We also selected the Horn Scholarship winners for this year. We will be part of the presentation. Last year, somehow it fell through the cracks and the kids got the scholarship after they graduated. So anyway, we'll make sure we're part of the presentation. We had an EID El Dorado County coordination meeting to talk about tax increments and so forth. Met with probation staff just the other day. We also held a LAFCO Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Supervisor Turnbull was involved as well. Met with the planning director, and then this week we've got the Transit and Transportation Commission meetings on Thursday. Okay, that's it.
No report.
Great. Yeah, a few things. Last week I spoke at the North State VIA meeting. I was kind of concerned about what they wanted to talk about, but it's more of an introduction and get to know me. So it's good. But and then last week the blood donation van was out here, and I donated blood, and I'd like to challenge the 4 of you to join me next time that van's in the
I
parking lot.
usually do, just so you know when I'm in town. I normally do.
And a few weeks ago, I mentioned that the El Dorado Hills CSD was fully staffed. Their board. They've had a couple meetings since, and as of the last meeting, they voted to recognize the resignation of one of their directors, and they voted to have a special election for
and that particular person that they resigned or whatever can come back and run again.
Yeah, Linda Webster emailed me today. I guess they're going to hold a special meeting, I think tomorrow night. The cost is $75,000.
75,000.
So I think they're going to maybe reevaluate that. I don't know. But that's where they are now. You're either going to have to appoint someone, elect someone, or I think if we get to March 24th, the Board of Supervisors will be compelled to appoint someone. Yeah, that's all I have.
Anyway, I attended a meeting with EID with Brian Durkamp, and then we had the LAFCO meeting together and addressed some of the issues there. And then attended, Greg was there, actually filled in for me because I was a little bit late on the Southeast Connector in Rancho Cordova. So it was a great meeting and stuff. And we honored John Heidel and all his input and all the good things that he has done. So it was a great thing. So, and with a lot of staff meetings too. So this last week. So reach out to the county CEO.
I'll just keep beating this drum, and it's not a fun one. So we are, working on our budget. We are, the situation is not improving. Our revenues are continuing to come in as we projected, which are the growth is slowing. You know that our expenses are continuing to rise. Most of those are expenses that are outside of the control of the county, aside from our salaries and benefits. So we're having more touch points with the board than we have historically. And we'll continue to do that just because you're just in a really difficult position and you're going to have to make really difficult decisions. We have not had to do this in almost 20 years. So it's uncharted waters for this current board, and even for our senior board member over there that had a previous tour. I mean, we haven't
2008, right?
We haven't had to do this. Yeah. And I think with the exception of maybe your auditor, none of your department heads have experienced having to cut. We have a closed budget system, unlike our state and federal counterparts. We have to balance the budget. We do not carry a deficit. So folks that, when you hear people say there's a budget deficit, well, it's simply a matter of balancing our expenses with our revenues. It has to balance, period. And the only way for that to occur in this cycle is through cuts. And we're likely to see more of those just with what we're seeing in the real estate market and in our insurance issues, all the things we just continue to talk about. So, this will be my second budget cycle with the county. We made cuts last year. We're going to cut deeper this year, and it's a difficult time. Your department heads are stressed and feeling it, and I'm a person who loves to present solutions, and I'm a problem solver, but this is a tough one, and it's going to hurt all of us. So just I don't know, buckle up, and we need to continue to support each other. So along that vein, with again being as transparent as possible through this entire process, with both the public and certainly department heads and the board. Next week, we will be bringing a discussion on, and you've all been briefed on this, and we'll continue the conversation as we're leading up to next Tuesday. So at 9 o'clock time certain, so hopefully most of your department heads will be here. Just a discussion at this point of an overview of all your programs with a net county cost that will give the board an opportunity to see where all of your discretionary funding is going. That doesn't mean that discretionary funding is going to discretionary programs. You've all been briefed on the complexity of that. Sue will do her amazing job of explaining it next week. But you know, I'll just, like I said, have to unfortunately continue to beat this drum, and hopefully we approach this as a team, because I mean, everyone's going to lose here, unfortunately.
I just want to add one more thing. I sent a few letters back to our president, and actually, according to Kevin Kiley, he did read everything that it was sent, that I sent back the packets and stuff. And then he just signed 2 executive orders just recently on March 1st to open up immediate expansion of American timber production. So this could be a big thing for our country, but a big thing maybe for our county too. So especially when we're talking about economic development here. So some things we do, because there's all things set aside, especially biomass, mills, all this kind of stuff that he's doing. And you're talking about like $80 billion. So anyway, so that's kind of a good thing. So we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Hang on tight.
I know. That's it. That's all we can do. Anyway, so thanks everyone. And we'll adjourn this meeting at actually it's 3:29 according to my phone. The clock is a little bit wrong there. So I think I'm a minute fast.
Yeah, I got 3:26. Remember,
okay.
we talked, you're